Wild West, Jim West, 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗶, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. The Wild Wild West.
Guys, this is a history podcast.
Sure. Serious.
Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk all of them in order.
Yep.
That was it?
Hold on.
No.
Just wait. Let's talk Washington, Adams, Jefferson. Wild West, Jim West, 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗶, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. The Wild Wild West. Guys, this is a history podcast.
Sure. Serious.
Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk all of them in order.
Yep.
That was it?
Hold on.
No.
Just wait. Let's talk Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt. No, hold on, give me a second. Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt. Truman.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Yep.
Truman, Eisenhower, JFK, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump.
Did you say Obama now?
Obama. Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night.
Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, it took a half hour, but it was pretty
That's pretty
intense.
good.
It's
Yeah.
insane.
I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed.
Do
I was praying.
the vice presidents.
Adams.
Are you seriously going to try?
I could go. I think I could
Here's
go
a good
decent.
piece of trivia, and don't look it up.
Nope.
Okay.
Here's a quiz question. Who is Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot, who became the vice president? Your mother's cunt.
Oh, man.
It wasn't her.
It wasn't your mother, it was her cunt.
Her cunt was a... Wait a second. This is a history podcast.
Yeah.
What if that was true?
You're telling me Jones cunt.
Yeah, because he only needed her for 1 year. And then when he ran
excited to watch this.
Then when he ran, he got somebody else, but he called out, Joan, I need your cunt to be my vice. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane?
That was...
He called her right before that. I need your vagina to be my president, my vice president.
All right, so let's start from the top. Mom, I'm so sorry that he said that.
I'm not. I never met your mom.
You held back. You held
Very
back.
sweet. She's very sweet. Very
Your
sweet.
mom. All right. Let's start with Washington, dude.
Yeah.
What do you guys know about him? What do you say?
I mean, Washington is
Never
like
lied.
a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. He wasn't like a, he wasn't born in the America. He didn't create America. It wasn't even his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool of. He was the first general president.
No, he was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a Brit. He was a
Yeah, he
was
fought
a
in the
Brit.
French and Indian War as a British.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's a lord.
He actually kind of sucked in that.
in that war.
In fact, also kind of
Everybody sucked in the wars. Though.
everything he did was
It
retreating.
was luck to win anything. Then
Yeah. He was good at retreating. That was like his number one
it's the
thing.
important thing to be
Which
good
is
at.
very good in war. They don't
Otherwise,
teach
you
that.
lose once. He would fight again because he retreated so well.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight though. Show up and be like, nah, and just
Yeah.
run away. Like, nice.
1789. That's when he started. All
Well,
right.
most of the guys, it was so hard. Like a lot of the army didn't want to be there and didn't have to be there. It's crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee,
Yeah.
but they hung in there with little. It's not like they were like, we're making America that's coming later.
Yeah.
They had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. And it's not, like you picture him on this horse, like talking, but no, most of them didn't even look at the guy. They didn't see him. Like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, and there's three guys can hear him.
It's impossible.
And the rest are like, what's even happening? And they're all shitting on
Yeah, it's
the
like
ground.
Braveheart
They're
when
all
he's giving a
dying of-
speech. The only people that can hear him are like, shut up.
Yes,
The
yeah.
two dudes are like,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
English are too many.
The English are too many.
Home.
Yes, we will live.
We will live.
That's a good
All right.
point. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
No one heard those.
No one
speeches.
No one
English.
heard any of their speeches, so it was really these guys all got together. I don't know. They
They
got
stood
together. They decided to just keep doing it.
Oh,
I don't want to spend too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I
He's
was
played
never that.
out.
I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go.
Yeah.
It was like the thing because a lot of them wanted him to be king.
Yeah.
A lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who said the thing where they wanted him to be Adams.
Yeah,
wanted
Adams.
him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
Yeah. They went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No.
What?
Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, but Washington
Washington.
wanted Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this long one. His Majesty, all this shit.
what?
Washington kept His Excellency.
According to the HBO's theories about John Adams,
Yeah, but I looked into it.
Washington said, I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency. Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind of...
Because he was like Howie Mandel.
Yeah, he was like, he'd rather just
He was
have
a
people
germaphobe?
bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism.
Really?
Because when he was a general, everybody globally outside of England was like, this guy's the fucking
By the way,
man.
president, like to talk about that word for a second,
Yeah.
what a president is, like just an overall president thought here. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being, it's a person.
Yep.
And to me, like it's like like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they don't teach the Bible as a religious subject. They teach it as like what it's done for history and what the stories are about and that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just
Yeah.
think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your president is nothing. It's not. You're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You don't rule. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means. Is that there's a whole group of people that are running the government by the people's will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President over and over again. And they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president is literally the president of the Senate, but it's whoever takes the chair that day. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title given to an equal who is chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they framed it.
Yeah.
You know?
When did they set term limits? I didn't even look into that because he just left.
Right. He was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's get this going. Let's get this started.
Yeah.
There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress and they were trying to get him to king himself. And he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took out his glasses and put them on, and he said, like, I fear I didn't see you for what you are. And that was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think that if he did, like, he was really hoping if he missed, he's like, I fear I didn't see. And they're all like, what? Yeah, you wear glasses. We all, you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like he keyed the whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? And they're like, George.
Yeah, it's also a good moment for him to be like, yeah, you're right. You should not.
How do you turn down king status?
Funny
though?
Jokes.
What?
How do you turn down? Like,
that's what
you
makes
should
him
be king, and you're like,
that's what makes him the man, dude.
That's wild, dude.
That's what makes him.
Well, also he wasn't. Again, none of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
He thought we were a dumb fucking like what?
Yeah, these were all separate colonies.
Like if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, you guys, I'll do one term.
Yeah,
That's good. I don't need to like hang in there.
All right.
So,
Adams.
Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys.
I like
founding
Adams
fathers.
I like Adams from the show. I loved him in that. He was a great Paul Giamatti.
Well, I read his biography. I listened to it. I don't read
as a
anything.
president.
Counts.
Oh, he was not a great president.
Not at all.
It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. Yeah. He did many very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, you know, where he was, you know, had a decent farm, but not much, but he made his brain work and he excelled and passed that on to his son, who we'll talk about.
He fucking ruled in the revolution.
Yeah.
Adams was the man.
Adams was the man. And because these other guys fucking, Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole.
I loved him.
Oh, he was great. And all these guys are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He never would have shed any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested and he had a huge brain. So he'd lend it when he felt like. Mm-hmm. He was also full of shit, you know, like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography.
What?
Hold on a second.
He never
I just watched
faked
Ken
anything.
Burns on him. I'm pumped on him right now.
Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite.
What?
And he was like, that's cool. And he paid the guy for like the license to the gag. And then he got one of his sons to do it, to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up other people's ideas, which is its own, thing.
He also, all of his inventions, he would never patent, which is pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody.
Yeah, he was for, what do you call it? Open source.
Open source,
But he did get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man.
Yeah.
He was the American that everybody loved. And then Washington became the man.
The general.
Like the French were like, General Washington's the guy. So he got he was a fame hungry.
Did you ever read his autobiography?
No.
It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So he's the only, like a lot of people that write autobiographies, it's kind of careful. But like he tells this story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy who he befriended. And the guy had a woman he wanted to marry, a maiden, but he didn't have a position and he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want, I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that, that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry. And he said, sure. And he said, and she moved into my home And then I took it of my pleasure to, to partake of her sexually. And she, spurned my advances. So I threw her out, and that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset, and I never saw him again. But both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks. He did awful things to people and didn't give a shit.
Yeah, there's some pretty sick quotes about slavery, too. That he was like, I am racist. Like, he was one of the first, if not the only founding father to, like, constantly be like, I am bigoted.
Right.
None of them, everyone else was like, this is the law.
Everybody was like, Ben.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
This is it's economics.
It's
not about race.
Like,
he's like, oh, it's totally about race.
Yeah, they were writing the Constitution like, look, our hands are tied. We can't do anything.
They had to take it out.
So he was, when he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution. And the same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like a depressive fucking freak. And so he would just like leave Washington. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. And he would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly.
Yeah.
And it was really the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started.
Damn.
Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing.
Adams?
In one of his things, he's like, I lament to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful about.
Also, when Adams did his did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world, because Adams was like, I'm going to get it right. Everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even something about gay people in there. Like, he was into like gay rights, Jews.
Pretty gay back then.
It's pretty gay, pretty Jewish.
It's gay to be a gay Jew.
It's gay to be into Jews.
Dude,
to be into Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay.
Those parliaments
Undeniably gay.
Undeniably
crazy
gay.
Back then. Like, I don't know, what about Jews? People are like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
It's
what are
like,
you
come
talking
on,
about,
guys.
Jews?
Back then,
Stop.
having a room full of dude in powder wigs being like, boo!
Like,
And the Jews looked exactly they looked the same as they do now. The big black coats,
exact same outfits.
same outfits, same leg.
Well, I got what Adams did. Well, while he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country could just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was another Democrat. It was Jefferson.
Yeah,
going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah,
it's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people, the people who are like, we got to get this right, we got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right, but then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office, we just need to win, and nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them.
Yes, you're exactly right.
Bush the first is another one.
He's a one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson.
He's number 3.
That's 01 to 09. He was a 2-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got in, the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fuck England. Also, France just helped us.
Yeah.
Fuck England. Let's join it. And he
also, he loved the French. He loved the revolution in French.
Yeah, he did.
The Adams didn't, because it was bloody and horrible.
He didn't like the French.
He didn't. And Jefferson loved the revolution, and he had all his friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there.
Yeah. But Americans started being like, fuck England. Let's join France in the war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats.
Yeah.
Let's shut the fuck up.
It's not.
So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him a pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either of them. So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships. kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy. So he was getting punked by England.
You're talking about Jefferson.
Jefferson.
Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started, that Adams was trying to start a war with and start a navy and do all this stuff, and it was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson because the truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot. Huh. One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many, and having had children with his slave, and I don't think he ever even gave her freedom. He didn't free
the kids.
He didn't free a couple of kids. He freed a couple of them.
Two.
Yeah,
and the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about them?
Damn, he did the ultimate because I said so.
His son, like that, can I stop being a slave? He's like, no. I said no. They were like white.
Really?
His slave children, the woman that he
Sally.
had kids with, Sally, was like half white. Or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time.
And his dad was fucking like,
yes.
I mean, it was like,
what?
She was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. But it's but an interesting thing about him in terms of slavery and American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a House of Reps guy in Virginia, and the very first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in the Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. It was the first thing he did. Whoa. Of course, he got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yes,
with
and
Lafayette
yes, and all of these guys. All of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it.
Yeah.
And they wanted the Southern, because the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it.
Yeah.
We're going to have slavery, but create a framework where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson's in office. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before.
Oh, really?
The North. We were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this woman, a girlfriend named something Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck,
to
man.
a young man that you're fucking.
Yeah, it's like
not even somebody to take care of the kids they had.
It's like, no, I promise.
Yeah, I know, but he's
oh, for sure.
So it was part of the reason that all of it, including Sally Hemings, that his loves were all secret because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that.
That's hot.
And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband, she was a woman, she was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me because he wrote her these beautiful letters. She was in love with him. He was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait of him to put in the National Gallery. And they said to him, you can choose any painter in the world. And he was like, no, I want, a real guy. His girlfriend was like, why not me? And he's like, baby, come on. I mean,
you're good. You're good,
but you're not like fucking grown man. You're not like fucking, I'm not for history.
True. These guys were that's the weirdest thing, how history mind. They were like knowing they were going to get sucked into history, which is crazy to think about.
So here's a good one because we got to speed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he goes over. So Napoleon's in there in France.
Yeah.
Post-revolution. This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into the Haitian Revolution. Yeah. It rules. He gets over there. Monroe finds out, they're trying to sell all of the Louisiana. Like, it's from New Orleans to the Rockies. to Canada. It's
What?
huge, from the Appalachians to the Rockies, basically. And they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot, which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power. And that was his whole thing, is government should have no power.
Yeah.
He was against any
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and then saying nobody should be able to, like, saying slavery. He's like, people that need to stop having slaves. He's fucking a slave. And it's like, somebody's got to put a stop to this.
We got to stop this.
Somebody's got to stop this. Somebody's got to stop fucking these slaves.
Yeah.
Well, Louisiana
I wish it could be me,
got 6 kids.
but I need to fuck this one right now.
Those arguments must have been crazy. Dude.
All right.
But yeah, that was big because that secured the southern port. Then we had
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the
no, Madison's next.
Because usually the Secretary of State would end up being president.
Vice president at this point. Although was Jefferson Adams?
Jefferson was Adams's vice president.
Yeah. So that's 2 straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison. He was a dork.
Yes.
He was a huge dork.
He was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous. Think 𝗟𝗲𝗵𝗵.
What?
He was 𝗟𝗲𝗵𝗵.
Really?
But this is sick. So basically, he had the first. They said his lady was the first lady, Dolly Madison. That was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get.
And also, he was Jefferson's mentor. He was another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah.
He was like a worker. He kept shit going, and he would write Jefferson and say in France and go, "Can you fucking come home and be president?" And Jefferson would write back and go, "I am just enjoying Paris, and I don't want to do it."
And
then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years, and people are like, "Dude, you're boring."
No,
America has never liked
Madison
nerds.
gets 2.
Don't touch me. Don't ever put your fucking hands on me.
I can't touch your
Don't ever
shoes
put
out
your
of respect.
Fucking hands on me.
I'm gonna grip you up.
God damn it.
Hold on. So Jefferson was shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys.
Sean, get out.
Sean, don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
What?
So America just declares war on England.
He nerd raged.
He nerd raged on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C.
Burns it down.
They burnt the White House immediately.
He spaz cried.
But he spaz cries. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then everybody always acts like we lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House.
Yeah.
So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked England up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed that.
Battle of New Orleans was what's his name?
Jackson.
Yeah. And Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans. The war had been already over for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the war was already settled.
They fought
the
it
treaty was
1815.
signed.
It was in January of
and
1815.
he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's
wild.
Incredible.
Right. So
first Trump. He was the first Trump.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's
also,
not
before
just
that,
colonies.
because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside of like a Baltimore or whatever, and just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like do you know Hudson, New York? It's a town on the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket, and that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun.
What?
So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson, and they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they'd drag a whale up the Hudson River.
Holy shit.
And they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here, New York City. Yeah. And that established a hub in New York, in upper New York State. Hudson became a very big, important. And that's where you ever heard of a guy named Legs Diamond? Because Diamond Street was like the first whore street.
It sounded like
Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herds and get laid and get, just fuck and gamble and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here on boats. And then they go home.
Got paid. Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
So
that's
skip-
what was going on. That's how much things like just the English, one English ship lobbing fireballs changes a ton
Oh,
of
yeah.
things.
Yeah, some
and they
farmer
finally
just
needed
takes
it to stop.
Resulted in some guy getting hit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm never gonna be able to face me wife.
Me wife.
So
Okay, so yeah, so now you got
now we're kind of
so
unified. That was the first time
Madison.
the War of 1812. It was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing
and
changed though. Just
Nothing
the
changed.
English stopped harassing us.
Yeah,
though. I
but
do
we
think that
declared
changed.
war. They came over.
Yeah,
We kind of fucked them up though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
that doesn't
Really?
matter in the historical.
Of course. But I always
people
everybody
died.
always acts like because they got over here and they all died of disease kind of immediately. Like
Yeah.
they got fucked up.
It was hard to.
And they're like,
stage
"This
those
we
things.
can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French truce." That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of the man. Monroe was the last founding father to be a president. Fought in the Revolutionary War. Was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americas. Nobody fuck with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take.
Well,
South
that was
America.
all the source of all our problems was these other fucking European countries
Yeah.
being involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go.
Yeah, we're never
Y'all
going to
do
go
what you
get
want.
involved in their wars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars. We're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
Nice.
So the reason that happened though was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida. And Monroe was sending a guy on a horse, or what, I don't know if they had telegrams yet, but it'd take him 8 days to say, leave Florida alone. We're trying to negotiate
Yeah,
a price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owned it. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack them. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm the president. You may not do that. And Jackson just ignored him.
started attacking.
And he did it. He
What?
took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right? That was good, right? And Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also, I think
He
we
paid for it.
We paid for it, and it was a mess.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like to Monroe. They're like, yeah, you can buy it.
He just went and killed him.
He was down fighting them, and he was like,
Yeah.
actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna
But
sell it.
there's two generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission.
Yeah.
And then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan
That was
all
pretty
along? And he
good.
was like, yes, it was the plan all along. Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Whoa.
So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state; it was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah, so every
So
every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add
They
a
had
free
to add
slave.
free
Oh,
one to
really?
make sure it was balanced.
Yeah.
So that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida.
Yeah.
And he had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams, fucking fascinating guy. I
Yeah.
read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries. So we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution.
Yeah.
Because he was with his father wherever he went, and he took him to France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the first American ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia, and him and his.
Oh wait, was he the one who helped them kind of revolutionize?
I don't.
Or was that before?
Remember that?
Okay.
I mean, but he was in Russia way back then. He'd take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia. And he traveled all over. He traveled more than any like human being back then.
Yeah.
And he went across the ocean several times. So like something like 12 times back and
Jesus.
forth.
Now
Amazing guy. Incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election.
Yeah.
Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter. It was a landslide victory for him, but Jackson in the Battle of New Orleans came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were being fucking cowards. What? So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky.
What?
And I was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. Mm-hmm. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
Now you needed somebody. Yeah, you needed super delegates.
You needed to just get your local guy.
Yeah.
And be like,
you go figure it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson's a fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd.
Yes.
Who just couldn't get, I mean, as a president, he couldn't get, and he got almost nothing done, partly because Jackson and his people just thwarted every single thing he tried.
The whole country loved Jackson.
Everybody fucking loved that dude.
He was Trump.
So much.
He was Trump.
He was Trump. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as
Jesus Christ.
Jackson died with
dudes.
something like 12 bullets in his body.
Yeah.
What?
That never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Yeah, let's just go straight to Jackson. Jackson, he's the next president.
He can't not be mentioned, John Quincy.
JQA.
Yeah, fuck John Quincy.
John Quincy Adams, well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. Yeah. He died at his seat in Congress. Wow. He died at his desk. He was because his thing, he was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power that they passed a law, a gag law, that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. Well, there used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson and they had to say it, they had to mention it. So like you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you would do. I want retarded people to have driver's license.
Yes.
And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to drive.
The honorable.
And everyone would go, I move to table it, and then they just table it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery, because that's how electrified that it was. Like, we don't want anybody. We know you're trying to get rid of slavery. We don't even want you to say. And they passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it, and he would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over again. He would read petitions about slavery, and he would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules, and he got censured over and over again. And he represented the Amistad slaves and got them set free. Yeah, did you know that?
No.
Yeah, he was the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
So you were saying the S word. You got in trouble.
Yeah.
He got not only in trouble, those slaves asked him to represent that. He was their lawyer.
What?
Because they were Virginia slave masters who were they were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for, that they had paid for. But he found a way it wasn't like a slavery is wrong trial. It was, you guys don't have a receipt trial. It was like, you ain't got the paperwork, go fuck yourselves. So they were free. But he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling and he had a heart attack and he died right there with the whole Congress around him
watching
because people loved that guy.
Yeah.
He was a great guy. He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship, and he used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him. And folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He was a great guy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Man, I didn't know any of that.
There's just a part of me that liked Jackson.
Jackson's great, but I mean, and again, to me, I look at all these guys. I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things,
of course.
Yeah,
but I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings.
Obama.
Yeah. But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House.
Yeah,
this is wild.
They
stormed the Capitol.
He invited everybody. That's exactly right.
He
invited everyone. He said anyone that wants can come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house, and the house was crammed with common people getting drunk,
Just got
stealing
shit-faced,
shit,
destroyed
and
the
they
whole
wouldn't
place.
leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever.
What?
And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn. And they said, "Hey, come out. Let's drink under the stars. Let's have, you know." And they invited them out for beer on the lawn, and they all came outside and they locked doors. That was how he was a people's president.
Yeah,
Like
he was
there
the
was
first populist.
in his
First guy. Yeah,
first one to appeal to the common person. There was an author, English guy. I read his biography of him, and they have one account of an English traveling writer who would write travel logs. And he was in Washington, and he thought, what is it like? Can you meet the president? And he just there wasn't a fence around the house.
People
then.
just could walk in and
So
see
he
it.
just walked to the front door and he knocked on the door, and a butler came and to the door and said hello, and he said, "I'd like to meet the president." And he's like, "Is he expecting you?" He goes, "No." And the butler's like, "All right, well, come in and sit down." And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes, and Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people, and he said, "I'm in a pretty important, like, who are you?"
Yeah.
And he said, "I just wanted to meet you and say hi." And he was like, "All right, can you wait an hour?" And he's like, "Sure." So he went and whatever, fucking signed a thing to kill all the Indians.
Yeah.
And then he came and had sandwiches brought, and he sat with the guy and just talked to him for an hour.
Damn.
He also he was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this, that he went all over the country.
Yeah.
He went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact
Whoa.
with the president.
The Trail of Tears, he flubbed that one.
Yeah.
Flubbed.
He was a bit of a flub. He did do exactly what his goal
He did
was.
what he tried to do. You fucking flubbed.
That was a bit of a flub.
He was not. He didn't make mistakes.
I looked it up. I don't know if they had slaves.
Yeah.
The fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears, they were like, we got to bring our slaves.
If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes.
I couldn't believe it.
But when he
those
was
peaceful
yeah,
natives?
that's what the part you don't hear is like the Indians are like, you know what he did to us and what he did to our slaves was even
Our
worse.
slaves had it real bad on the Trail of
I
Tears.
mean, tell me about it.
Yeah, but didn't they like share everything with their slaves though?
I don't know. Yeah, they were way better
It was
They were
slaves.
real peaceful.
It was egalitarian, dude.
They were some
No,
of those
he-
good slave owners.
the
natives.
There's some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with the Jackson, because Jackson was very honest.
Yeah.
He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like, there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, "We just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever." And so he just got a bunch of cannons and he just lit the whole place up, killed them.
Bombed them.
He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you'd recognize, it wasn't like Sitting Bull, but it was some big, all of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them. And he came out crying and said,
What?
We're in trouble.
Yeah, he says, we're not. This is gonna go bad. This is gonna go bad. No, he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, no, we got to clear these guys out of here.
Also in line with Trump, he was like, this is where the term mudslinging starts.
Yeah.
It was him and John Quincy. Their election or their debates and shit was, he would just talk. They would talk shit. There would be nasty rumors in the papers.
Whatever it took.
Yeah.
Whatever it took. No,
Yeah.
I remember. I have a friend who's a Trump guy who I've known for a long time. I'm not going to say that his name is Nick DiPaolo. But, knowing Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of that kind of guy, not just Trump, but guys like Jackson. I remember once I was with Nick and a lot of people, and he was, and like three Democrats were yelling at him. And he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And at one point, I'm like, Nick, you know that's wrong. And he goes, it's 3 against 1. like, what do you want me to do? Like, he's in and it gave me and then it brought me back to when I was like 19 and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston. And there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club. So we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand so I couldn't flip. And he just looked at me like this, and I'm like, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah, I win. I win. I don't care." But Jackson,
big too.
Jackson was Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. Yeah, college football player. Jackson was the first president to go like, fuck you, I'm winning. I'm winning this. I don't care what happens to you.
Jesus.
We're gonna, you know.
So he also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills than every president before him combined.
Nice.
He hated the banks. He like went to war.
It's crazy that he's on the 20.
Yeah.
It's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their money, use gold, and you trade. And he wanted.
So I think the U.S. bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States, was up for to be renewed. Mm-hmm. And he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it.
Yeah, and it was a thing you don't veto.
You can't veto it.
No, but
he vetoed it. So then the next guy, we'll get to him, is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over. Mm-hmm. He takes over a completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the bank.
That's the way it goes. Cool guys. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credits. Yeah. And then nerds get fucked every time.
He got fucked. His nickname was Van Ruin.
Yes. He had a lot of nicknames. They were like, Old Kinderhook. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking...
Yeah. He was supposed to be, I think, he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link. Like, because Jackson was the man in the South, kind of, or wherever, and they were like, let's get this dork to...
He was from Kinderhook, New York.
He was his Pence.
Yeah.
He was Trump's Pence.
Yeah.
He was... The legend is that, you know, he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like the mass press started to get big. So his pamphlet was, because he was called Old Kinderhook because he's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was okay, and it was the check mark.
Oh, nice.
And that's where people say that okay comes from.
What?
Yeah.
Because it was like his thing was okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhook.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When you look into this, that's where all of our shit comes from.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's all of this. All right. Well, we got to speed up because this one's funny. Van Buren sucked, whatever.
Yeah, he's his.
Here comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much of a geezer to run. So on his inauguration, he was like, I'm going to prove to everyone how tough I am.
Yeah.
It was freezing cold and raining. He had like an 8,000 word inauguration.
Yeah.
He got pneumonia and died.
He died. He was like a few months.
He died immediately. Like
shortest term.
Died.
Shortest term.
Didn't have a minute of acting as
trying
president.
to prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day.
Died immediately.
And died a few months later.
What?
Yep.
G.
That brings us to Tyler. He did nothing.
Tyler was
his
general,
party abandoned
right?
him.
No, I'm thinking of Taylor.
He was Harrison's vice president. So Harrison dies. The one thing he did do was set the precedent that the vice president stays as president.
Nice.
So everyone was like, "What? We don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy?" And he was like, "No, I'm just the president."
I'm the president.
And enough that his party hated him for that. So his own party abandoned him. They didn't put him up for re-election.
Because they thought they should choose another guy.
They wanted to be able to put another
stronger guy.
Yeah. So he stayed. He had no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election again.
It must have been awkward.
That brings us to our guy, though. This is who I wanted to get to. Polk, dude. Turns out Polk's the man.
Really?
Yeah.
I know nothing about Polk.
No.
He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere, and he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, you can take over. I promise to do one term. When he was running, his opponent's slogan was, "Who is James K. Polk?" Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", which was like...
That's really small.
Yeah, he was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came up with, they got to play Hail to the Chief every time you come in a room to give you some respect.
Give him a little,
Yeah, so that's why that happens.
Nice.
So right away, Polk starts going
But it was
wild.
kind of a joke. It's like if a midget walked in.
Yeah, like that.
Everybody goes, it's just a little guy.
No, Polk's a beast. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon territory
Yeah.
out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's, beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of
What do
that
you
in
mean?
Nash Vegas.
What do you mean?
He was trying to get pussy.
About pussies.
Hunting in Oregon for
They were in Oregon,
pussy.
Oregon, pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. And Polk was like, nah, we're done with that. And he set the latitude and longitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40 or fight. He was saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to
Very
fuck
catchy.
you guys up.
True.
So he came out with that. And the British,
People were really into
They loved
latitudes
slogans.
and longitudes.
They were.
back then.
so he called that. And the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, fine, take
They're
it.
like, that slogan is so good.
Yeah, like,
Just take it.
Fuck, dude, this guy's
Dude,
nuts.
You came up with the fucking. You used the longitude and latitude.
So he takes that territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington, all that.
You know why Oregon is Portland is called Portland?
Mm.
I bet you I do.
It was kind of. Do you?
No, it's not.
It was going to be Boston
What?
because there's two guys. Is it Lewis and Clark? That
Yeah.
So one of them is
That
from
was Jefferson.
One of
Give him
them is
credit on
from
that.
Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after their hometown.
Oh.
And they flipped a coin
Huh.
and named it Portland. And there is a Boston in Oregon.
Mm.
There's a town called Boston in Oregon. Anyway, go on.
So after he gets Oregon,
Yeah.
he's like, all right, it's time for me to get Texas.
Mhm.
He starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like, say they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first.
Mhm.
Finally, they did. He
Fucking
immediately,
lazy Mexicans.
finally, they shot
so
a bunch
many
of-
times
He-
to get off their fucking frijoles and fire a shot.
So they go to war.
they come again. I don't want to fire.
He fired the legs.
Probably one of them was like-
like,
70,000 troops poured in.
Oh no.
So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
and
This
then
is all
who was
Polk
the
in
general?
4 years.
Who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was
Zachary
the big
Taylor.
Mexican American war
Yeah,
guy.
he was the warrior.
What?
Zachary Taylor was dominating.
So they
but this
gathered-
is-
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to in Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. These six, I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed. They went all the way to Mexico City, and the citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace. The army was so decimated that it was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones
Yikes.
defending the capital, and they were just 4 kids firing on the American army is just coming. And they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended the
pretty
war.
awesome.
And the moment is Zachary Taylor was holding one of them and he was saying they were just kids. Like, he had no idea they were like fucking 12, 15 years
Oh
old.
man.
And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars that are still, they're like war heroes.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or like
A lot
what?
of they had massive. So what was going on all these years, Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War eventually. That there would be Europe always bet on the South because the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations and old families, and that's a European. They loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, so Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, who I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like a cousin of a king. They went Maximilian and his wife. They're like, you guys take Mexico. So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then
Which is what Cinco de Mayo is.
yes, and then the Mexicans finally overran because when we lost the Civil War, when we lost the Civil War, I don't know what made me say that. No, when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this.
Well,
And
wait,
he just-
Napoleon was gone for this.
or whoever the French
Yes.
pulled their. Well, there was like 3 Napoleons.
Oh, true.
right.
I think it was a later Napoleon.
Wow. Yes.
Pulled support,
Yeah.
and Maximilian. They beheaded him.
Fuck.
They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in like the Netherlands where they tell you like she's gonna come get you, because she would run in the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets screaming. And they tell kids, if you don't get to sleep, because she comes out at night, if you don't go to sleep, she's gonna come get
God.
you. So
Yeah,
that's
she
how
must
far.
have-
That's how far in Mexico.
Dude, if
I'm
they-
sorry to derail you,
No,
but
it's
so
crazy. No, that's
so
great.
Zachary, so you were still at Polk and then Taylor.
Polk, but still. So one thing that was cool was when Polk was instigating this war with Mexico.
You got to cut that part where I say we lost.
No, that's good.
Cut that. I don't
That's
know what
good. You
made me say
corrected
that.
it immediately. This is pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. An old one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, "Were we on their territory when we shot him?" There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln.
Really?
Abraham Lincoln.
People were
yes.
like, "Hey, shut up, pussy.
Yeah, dude.
We're trying to take Texas. Shut
yeah.
the fuck
He's
up."
like, you guys, were we? I'm like, shh.
Yeah,
He's just like, sorry.
See, I think this was wrong. They're like- Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of the man. He added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Damn.
Pretty good. Well, in territory.
I know, but still,
Still, it's like those big
Yeah, but you got
states.
Texas and California.
And they were
Pretty
just
good.
sitting on
Probably
the
half our population.
good.
true. And they were sitting
I
on the
wish
border.
he hadn't added them, especially Texas.
The
But
troops
again,
are sitting
then
there
we
being like,
wouldn't
Mexico
have
sucks. Mexico fucking
Finally,
sucks.
one of them got
Just go.
Oh shit! Run! They're pissed.
Yo, Mexico's gay.
Again, that was a smashing. America destroyed Mexico. It was mean. It was mean.
Yeah, that's nice.
Then this is good. Polk, he was working his tail off.
His tail.
He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah.
He died, yeah.
He was like, "That was too much. I
That
should have
was
done
a lot
all
of work.
that."
Yep.
Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. That's a quick term. Old Rough and Ready.
Yeah.
Pretty sick nickname.
Old dead and
Yeah, he's about to be dead.
Yeah, he died. I don't remember what he died of.
He was a
Just being in the 1800s.
yeah. He was one of the largest slaveholders in the South. So when he got elected, the South was like nice because at this point, the territories, he just added. Polk did all that in 4 years, which was sick, but it was too much because now there's so much territory and the slaves versus the abolitionist debate. Every state they had to add. There was a debate. There was a debatey.
All Southern presidents, so many Southern presidents.
Yeah,
I mean, outside of the Adamses.
pretty much nonstop. Virginia.
Yep.
And then it gets into like Tennessee and
They
Yeah.
started digging into their bench was not
yeah, they
good
get into
enough.
Tennessee, dude.
And then we started kind of with Ohio, we started coming back.
Yeah.
Huh.
Actually, kind of northern presidents tended to suck. Lincoln ruled.
Yeah, but he was Kentucky, Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois
We'll
before
take that one.
which
I always
state
forget
is it?
one. I think he was born in Kentucky in a log cabin in Kentucky.
And then he was the
Then he was the
Illinois, then he moved to
Illinois,
Illinois.
yeah.
Who fucking knows? There's no
Yeah.
way to know.
We weren't right about
Nobody
half
will
these.
ever know,
We were never
really.
correct about half these facts, but we're having fun.
Oh yeah, I could be. I love
Yeah,
just
who cares?
acting like I know.
It's great. So one thing, Taylor gets in there. Everybody's like, nice. Everybody in the South's like, nice. This guy's pro-slavery. He gets in. He tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to the Civil War because like guys like this start fucking this up. As soon as he says we're going to establish or abolish slave in the Western territories, South Carolina says they're going to succeed. Taylor says he's going to fucking hang everybody down there if they do it.
What?
Yeah, he didn't react well to
Yeah,
stuff.
no.
He wasn't like, let's talk and send it
Yeah,
over
he's like,
hang
there.
you,
we're going
like-
to fucking
He would
hang
just
all-
say that, and then they're like, "Are you?" And he's like, "Well, no, but
I'm going to hang a lot of you.
the problem with tough talk." Yeah,
This is how he died.
What he did?
So
what
he
happened?
went. This is his
by doing
first
a
term.
podcast about. All right, go ahead. How did he die?
He went to Washington D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries and milk.
What?
Because, like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera
That was
outbreak.
like the old Pop Rocks and Coke.
Yeah, he had cherries and frosted milk, and
that was
he
it?
exploded.
Damn, that must have been delicious.
By the way, you know how many there were 4 presidents were. When you think about the fact that 4 of them were assassinated,
Yeah.
4?
Well, successfully. Yeah. I hear you.
4 were killed,
Shot,
shot and killed.
Yeah.
4 out of 40. There's been 47 presidents.
10%.
Wait, hold on. How many got shot and killed? It was. I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Is it Garfield?
See,
No.
this is where I stopped.
A guy with a G. It's either Grover Cleveland or Garfield. One of those 2 was shot and killed.
Yeah.
McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln.
Nice.
4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking
Close.
badly shot.
Yeah.
Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest.
Bull.
But had a thick piece of paper with his speech and a
that's so
glasses
cool,
case.
man.
Finished the speech, dude.
Yep, finished the speech.
Got shot and was like,
And somebody shot at Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
you got it.
And he had a cane and he beat the shit out of the guy. Almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just, get the fuck. It was right outside the Capitol.
What?
Like by the big pillars or whatever.
Yeah.
And he just beat the fucking shit out of him.
Dude who shot
And
him.
he was insane. All hickory.
Were they
Yes.
all crazed lone gunmen type things, or was it like?
Yeah, most of them were crazy people. There's a few other guys that were shot at that
Yeah,
somebody
sure.
took shots at them, and but that they didn't get hurt. Oh, what's his name? Well, FDR. They killed the governor who was sitting next to him. A spray of bullets, and he wasn't hurt, but the governor sitting next to him was killed.
Jesus.
Governor of Georgia or Florida, I don't fucking know. Anyway, go on. But yeah, like over 10%, like 12% of them have been shot.
Yeah.
That's
So it's an
crazy.
intense job
It's pretty intense.
to take. There's a good chance.
It is like a higher rate than actual soldiers in war.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know.
It's probably.
I guess so.
I bet it is.
Might
That's
be.
fucked up.
Yeah, because in like regular revolution shit, it's like 70,000 soldiers, 2,000 dead.
What's crazy
Shit
is
like
that,
that.
but before it used to be like when you like what's his name, Alexander the Great and whoever, some kings used to lead, heads of state
Yeah.
used to lead charges. They used to be the front horse, like going right headlong into an army.
That'd be nice to be a
Yeah,
guy
a lot of
holding a spear, like,
Roman guys did that. And,
jackpot.
Yeah, I fucking got it.
Holy shit!
I got
He's
the
coming
king.
right at me. He's coming right at me.
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
just
fuck! I
some,
blew
I'm
it.
just some guy.
Fuck, I missed.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're at Fillmore. The thing that sucks about fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could have maybe prevented the Civil War that was looming.
And then Fillmore was just a schlub.
Fillmore was a schlub. He signed. This is where it all starts to fuck up. Every single one of these guys up to Lincoln is just fucking up immensely. He wanted to
Passing the
sign.
buck and passing the buck.
So Taylor was offered to sign the Compromise of 1850, which was some shit about one slave state, one regular, or they get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Fillmore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free state. Northerners were mad about the fugitive slave law. So they both compromised and were both pissed. Fugitive slave law was if you find a slave in the North, there's U.S. Marshals that'll catch them and bring them back to the South.
You have to help them get them back.
And
really?
there were dudes that were just like grabbing black people. Be like, got him.
Yeah.
Where's my bounty? So
That's how
it
the
was
12
bad.
years a slave guy got taken.
Oh shit, is it?
Yeah, he was a free northerner who
Somebody
just got
just
grabbed
kidnapped
by
him.
one of those
Yeah.
guys.
Damn.
It was bad.
Happened all the time.
He was the last member of the Whig Party. They didn't run him a second term. Here comes Franklin Pierce. He was pals with Jackson, son of a Revolutionary War hero. He's from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son.
Damn.
So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, we should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president.
Oh,
Oh, you gave
man.
birth to him, bitch.
Yeah. You were on the train. You had fun.
Yeah, dude. Fuck.
So he's there. During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like the real. This is a fuck up for the North wants it to be from Chicago to L.A. or one of those places out west. The South wants it to be from Atlanta to L.A. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri Line Compromise, which made it nothing north or south of here was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened.
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slave problem.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, but the fucking north-south slave, fucking slave states, non-slave states.
Jesus.
We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. It's why the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train from one to the other, these two states have to make a compromise.
Yeah.
So you needed a federal government to make these.
It was like the precursor to union, non-union. They just blow a gigantic like inflatable rat.
Yeah. It's the other reason, just as general thing, that the federal government what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when environmental laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law, you can't dump, sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else, ruin somebody else's life.
Yeah.
But so next door to Indiana is Illinois, and they're like, we dump anything we want.
Yeah.
And so all the business goes there.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Illinois company's like, we don't want to dump. We don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys.
Yeah.
Right? So they would all the states would go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody so that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy.
Yeah.
And that worked until we started doing shit with Mexico and India and China. But anyway, go on.
But yeah,
so,
Taylor. It was interesting to me. We're at I think Pierce, right? On the Transcontinental Railroad.
Yeah.
That turns out to be like that's what started it. I mean, obviously there's a ton of major factors, but that was like a big one because it opened what was called the Nebraska-Kansas Act, which is they got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slave or pro-abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in from the north and the south, and they started fucking killing each other.
What?
It was I forget the names. They were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there.
Oh yeah.
They started hacking people with swords to death. Like
Jesus.
that was it. And Franklin Pierce was like, he did nothing. He didn't get involved.
Yeah, but it must have been crazy when you had a bunch of slaves. Like, this is wrong. You had to be like, nah. You couldn't. It must have been crazy to be like, nah, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the newspaper was faded, and it was like, I don't know that much about it.
Just not being able to go down.
I'm
with
okay
that
to my slaves. I treat them okay.
Yeah, they're great.
True.
Yeah.
Right? Tell him. He's like, oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he was all right. No, it's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North was starting to get. I mean, this is getting after Pierce is who?
Buchanan.
So Buchanan is the guy who right before Lincoln, right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrializing, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories, and so part of the argument that people were having that is like the kind of argument we would have now. If it would be interesting to take this culture with Twitter and everything and supplant it to slavery days and how we would have handled that debate back then.
True.
Because there were people that were saying, the North has free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers and getting sick, uneducated, and being not allowed to be educated. Yeah. Kids are working heavy, long shifts.
Southern political cartoons that are like that.
That are about how bad they were. And like our slaves are like a member of the family.
Yeah.
We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument, and that the North was just like wholesale destroying lives.
Yeah.
And read what's his name, fucking Upton Sinclair. The shit was going on in Chicago and the slaughterhouses.
What's it called?
It's
about the meat packing shit, right?
Yeah.
The jungle. What's it called?
The jungle.
Yeah.
So another important thing about that point of the industrialization of the North, it just flooded with immigrants. So now their population's so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral like all that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. We need more states because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life in the South. Yeah. And in the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. And they're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play a fiddle and whip a guy and grow a little tuft of cotton for one shirt every 6 months.
Yeah, true. It's a thing to point out.
Yeah. It's important to know.
True.
Yeah,
That
was the fight. It was an insanely different.
Yeah.
But we still wanted to be one country. We wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So
yeah,
then,
like, does that continue to morph till now? It's just like some dudes
It does.
chill, wear
We are.
Carhartt, other dudes like, no, we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
But so what's his name?
now we're at James Buchanan, who's probably the worst.
Yeah,
I think
he was frozen by two. He had so much pressure.
he was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president, which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts.
Yeah.
And blood.
That was
crazy.
James Buchanan had the Dred
willingness
Scott.
to kill.
Dred Scott was
Yeah.
under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, that settles it. Instead of standing up, he just had to follow the law.
Yeah.
So he was just like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
It wasn't his job.
Yeah.
Man, that's
And that brought us to Lincoln. And as soon as Lincoln gets elected, the South secedes.
Yeah. Every state starts to say we're not America anymore. Like immediately before he takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on the headlines, and you're like, nah, they said you're a chair, basically. And you're like, fuck.
yeah, dude.
Yes.
Fuck.
You got Lincoln, though. You know Lincoln.
Well, we could maybe skip him because he'll be the whole fucking...
Yeah. We could stop.
mean, look,
we could stop
Lincoln-
with Lincoln. Let's stop with Lincoln. And then you go on to some guys you're interested in after Lincoln.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We can go as long as we want.
Been talking for?
An hour.
Okay. Well,
You're not enjoying us? You're not having the time of your life?
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is
I'm
nice,
not
right?
having a great time.
You're not having a great time.
No, I'm not. I hate this.
Decent time.
Really?
No, I'm having a good time.
How much fun?
You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about Lincoln. That's a great, what's his name? Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything, hell was breaking loose, and there was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one.
What?
There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote. And so they went to General, what was his name? He was the only American general then, because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the army was kind of like not, you know.
I think he was the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it. Like Scott something.
Oh, yeah, Winfield Scott.
Winfield Scott.
Yes.
Perfect.
So they went to Winfield Scott, the guys running the government, and then they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the... So he said, if anyone, made a declaration, publicly, he said, if anyone tries to stop the counting of the votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said.
Lincoln said that?
That's what he said.
What?
No,
And,
Winfield Scott.
Oh, Winfield Scott said
Yeah,
that.
and what he did in real fact, because he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. He said, go home. And he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops. And he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So, and people know, so if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or elbow him or whatever.
Yeah.
But the appearance was that it was peaceful and that there was no military presence.
Whoa.
But nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody, up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believed he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot.
Yeah.
What?
He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people who would be like whoever now, wrote long things saying, don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. He puts like a tiny thing of like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like it's the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people, like people that are critics of him hang on to that. And they're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. That create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change, instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid, permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, guys. Yeah. We'll do it. We need some fucking time. And boy, what it cost is crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and that he didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions, or however many fucking, I don't know how many people it was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War.
Yeah, probably around there.
Something like about how many we killed in Iraq in a day.
Yeah,
pretty much.
True.
Yeah, for doing nothing.
Less than Middle Eastern civilians.
Yeah. Measure it like Persian weddings.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, Lincoln's the best.
It was really something. I mean, it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus gonna suck.
Just trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South.
That must
it's just like, clearly this is for money. It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's 1865.
Well, it was the ultimate
1860.
time.
They know it's wrong.
Well, and folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong.
Yeah.
And him like not making them say it, but getting them to just one guy at a time. He would just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it, and he fought a brutal war, a incessant war.
And he had to wait until he got a victory to fucking announce the Emancipation Proclamation. He was trying so hard to get it out, but his generals kept fucking up and losing. And he would just be writing to these dudes like, go.
Yeah, please.
Do it.
Get one.
Like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. He's like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
He's like, that's close enough. Here we go.
We're doing it. Shot.
Yeah, and then he got his fucking head blown off.
By next to his wife.
Yeah.
And they put a little napkin. That was what they did for him. They put a little napkin back there and hoped, but it was not a good. It was not a very.
He was alive for a while after.
Yeah, that's what
he
I'm saying.
He didn't just die right away.
He didn't have to die at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't die right away.
Really?
Yeah.
Bled to death.
He was like alive in the
He's like,
hotel for like
and
a
they're
day.
like, we don't know how to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. What play was he saying? Does anyone know?
Fuck, I do know.
What play?
What was the play? It was at the Ford's Theater.
I don't remember the.
See what he was watching.
It was something good.
Yeah.
He was fixated.
He was into it.
He didn't
Hamilton.
notice the
That was
assassin.
the weird thing. It was Hamilton.
Yeah, it was Hamilton. He was sitting there like, what was it? Nice. He was sitting there watching it like, I got to pretend to like this.
Yeah.
It was fucking Hamilton.
And then they shot him and he was like, thank God.
This place sucks.
Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So
Who,
Johnson was
great.
first guy to be impeached.
Was he impeached? Oh, yeah.
First guy to be impeached, yeah.
Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction to Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged, because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him with, there was a deal to be made. It was like, don't talk outside the family. He was like, son, Sonny liked my deal, didn't he? Sonny was hot for my deal. Yeah. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life as an indentured servant.
No shit.
And worked his way up. How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey and just couldn't talk. His inauguration, it was in the rain, in the mud, right after Lincoln got shot.
Well,
and
he
everyone
was
was
the
like,
first one. He's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up stronger.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity.
Yeah.
It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't accomplish anything. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever. He was very corrupt. He's a fucked up guy. I don't. Who knows? It's all shit that I heard because of them. But they impeached him and then failed to get rid of him.
Really?
I know nothing else about him. But
I don't know either.
But then fucking
Grant.
Amazing guy.
Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
I mean, he did so Christing much, this guy.
Oh, true. To help the South, he was pretty good.
What did he do?
Well, and he was first of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave.
Oh, man.
Because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. I mean, he wasn't like an active abolitionist.
Sure.
But he was against just for not having a slave.
Yeah.
Back then, if you didn't have a slave, you were a dick to certain people.
Yeah.
So
You were like, put on a mask.
Yeah.
You were that guy. You were like, why do you have
exactly.
slaves?
Yeah.
And they're like, why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one as a wedding present, like to spite him.
What a dick.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
so Grant made the guy his partner, and they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business.
Yeah. He
made
would
that
go,
guy's
he would go
life.
work with the slaves.
But
He'd be out there with them working.
Yeah.
And then while he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves instead of selling them.
But he had one though?
I'm not sure. He might have had one at that
That's
point.
the story. The story I just told you is,
Yeah.
I think, his slave story. I don't think he had a bunch of them.
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling him.
But his
And
father-in-law.
he gave him a business that
Yeah.
he had started with him.
His father-in-law history fucked him. He was like,
That's right.
Here's
Yeah.
some-
That's right.
Here's some.
And then he was in
He
the
did,
army.
absolutely.
He was in the army, and he went. One of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was no. I mean, it was in the desert of California. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. He loved his family.
He missed his bed.
Missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk, and that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
There's
Every
arguments.
time he had a political problem, they'd go, he's drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up at Shiloh.
Because
was probably a lie.
he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it.
Yeah.
At like the start of day 2. Or maybe it was the start of day 1 when it started. He was late to get there. So everybody was like, he was hammered. But if he was hammered, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war. Like,
So
wake it up
he had won the Civil War. Started really Reconstruction, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York. He became a New Yorker. He became a big part of the city.
Yeah.
And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was the 1800s.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Kermit invested
What a fucking great name.
invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town and just took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. There's a great statue of him. I think it was Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Went to the richest man in New York City, who was a hard ass, a guy who didn't care for charity or anything. But he brought what's his name? The sword that was Lee.
Well,
He had Robert E. Lee's sword that he surrendered to him. He had his Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bible that he took the oath of office in, and he gave them. He said, "I want to sell these to you because I have no money." And Vanderbilt said, "Jesus Christ, Mr. President,
holy shit.
we're not doing that." He said, I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you Like he bought them for the nation.
Did he buy his biography? Isn't that what he?
No.
why
So
he
here's
wrote
what
it?
happened with the biography. Is the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his biography, his autobiography, is like the greatest ever written.
Yeah.
So he met two guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. Because his wife was very young. He was broke after everything he'd been through. He was broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography? We'll pay you $1,000." And he was like, "Done."
What?
Oh,
So
they sold
then,
it.
about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, was like his best friend, and Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs?" And he said, "I'm doing that for these guys." And he goes, "What are they paying you?" And he goes, $1,000. And he's like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" And he says, "Give me the book. I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishers. He said, "I'll publish it and I'll help you write it." And he said, "I promised those two guys." He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." Fuck. So Twain, or his real name, what's his Clemens. Travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He's like, "I need to see somebody who he'll listen to." So he went to visit Sherman and said, please get him to do this. So Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give the book to Clemens. That's what the thing.
That's awesome.
So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives in it. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns because he just says what happened. It's a very well written book, and so Clemens turned it into this special edition that you had to order one. You could get any color you wanted. And it was the first blockbuster book in American history. It made like $500,000 in the first month. Meanwhile, he had a goiter that was growing and growing.
Stogies. You always see him with the stogies?
Died of throat cancer like right as he finished the book.
Whoa.
And then his wife was made for life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think wasn't he buried here? And this monument,
and he's buried in Grant's tomb in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South.
It's too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days.
No.
Because that would
Get
be a
away
treat.
with.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome at when Lee surrendered. He was very like, I mean, it was unconditional surrender.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, "You guys are gonna fucking give up," but he was like, "Keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding."
Mm-hmm.
Like he could have fucking destroyed the South.
Yeah.
And he was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated
Did he?
Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword.
Isn't
Maybe
that
he got
right?
it back, but I think the story was Grant wouldn't accept it, or something along
Wanted
those
him to
lines.
keep it.
And
Yeah, Custer was a bloodthirsty guy.
And then on the parade back into Washington, Grant was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead, and Grant was like, "This motherfucker." Custer was the
with his
man.
blonde hair.
If you look into Custer, he was pretty fucking.
I
cool.
don't know much about him.
He fucked up Jeb's story at Gettysburg, which was pretty cool because Jeb was the man. And he rode in.
About him.
He was with the Michigan cavalry, and he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines!" and fucking led them into a charge. That's why they're the Michigan Wolverines. All that shit.
So then
It's
you
all
got Hayes, who undid all of this cool stuff for black people.
It's all
and politically,
very.
he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got fucking who else? Then it goes I don't
Garfield.
know. Then I get Bleary.
Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age, is what it's called. It's all shit.
Yeah.
But this is where shit, like, it goes from we ended slavery to now just right back into
It
just
was awful.
racism.
Really?
Not slavery, but just every law against them.
Subjugation, it became the same obsession as before,
Yeah.
but without slavery. It just became all about not letting them vote, keep them off the
And that goes all
ballot.
the way up until, like, now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're
Until
just
yesterday. It was
2018.
we figured it out
we
yesterday.
figured it out yesterday. Thank God.
Yeah.
Finally,
Today,
Arkansas.
We got a nice little nation.
Yeah. Louisiana cleaned up their act a little.
True.
And Alabama.
My favorite president, just jumping way the fuck ahead, is Nixon. Is my favorite.
Dude, he's awesome.
He's the best. And again, as a character,
Yes.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like, I wish it was taught like the speech that Lincoln has on his monument and the ask not what your country and all that shit. The greatest thing that he did, because it speaks more to what Americans live, is that when Nixon was shamed and destroyed and had to leave office, he had to fucking resign. He had to give, after a couple of I'm not a crook and this is all bullshit, he had to go and say, well, all right, I'm going to go and
still not a cook, but I'm going to get out of here.
𝗟𝗹 would take the oath of office at this time in this office. And he left. But before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff that was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter. And he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from C-SPAN a DVD of the whole speech, and they're all bawling, the whole staff, and his family standing behind him. And he just tells them, "Look, don't." He's encouraging them. He said, "This is a tough moment for all of us." He said, "First of all, I don't want to discourage young people from being in public service." He was afraid of what would happen.
Has happened.
Yes,
he was right.
He said, "Don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling." And he said, "And for any mistakes that we made and all everything that's happened, not one person in this administration gained financially from anything, from being here, left richer than when they got here." He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there. And then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autobiography, from his diary, when Teddy's wife and mother died at the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the other.
Oh, yeah.
And they both died. And he was like at 21 or something. And he wrote this quote that was like, "The light has gone out and it'll be darkness forever." And he said, so he read it to his staff, and he said that's how he felt, having lost his wife and his mom. And he went on and had this incredible life. So he's trying to say, so he says, no, don't be discouraged. Never be petty. Don't hate your enemies, because that's when you'd start to destroy yourself. He gets it really introspective about everything that happened without talking about it. And then he says, it's horrible. He goes, he says, they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint.
Oh, man.
And I think of her, like one of his brothers had tuberculosis and they had no money. So she moved to Arizona where the air was better. Mm. And she was a nurse, wet nurse. She nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son could live in Arizona. And he talks about his father, who was a lemon farmer, who had a failing lemon farm. And then he was a switchman on a streetcar. And he just talks about his parents and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person, is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels. This is what this looks like. Yeah. And here's all I can say. And then he went and then he left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
Yes.
That was already about done.
He was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
There's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty correct on everything so far, and he's got a book coming out on Watergate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And about how that was a little darker than it seemed. Like
so I knew a guy back when I was first living in the city as a comedian. There was a guy named Frank Gannon who had Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 19 90 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So Gannon was the most important person in comedy at the time. And he was a strange guy who was very serious, and he would just come and he'd watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get Morty to come and maybe you'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office and met him. And I asked him about Nixon because he wrote, Nixon has one big biography called RN that Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, he says the same people that got the Kennedys got me. It's the same people that got, he said it's the same machine that took out
John
and
was what happened with
Robert,
Kennedy.
came after him. He said they just couldn't use bullets anymore because it was getting too. They were
That's
on
exactly what we said.
Yeah.
This is we said that without
and then
him.
Watergate was. He said Watergate was something that happened all the time. It was just like, and still does. I mean, it's not like oh my goodness. It's how things are done.
Yeah.
It's a safe with $1 million in it. What president doesn't have a safe with $1 million?
Yeah.
It was
So that's Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. He didn't say it in public, because the same as he conceded the presidency to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. I mean, everyone knows that his father took suitcases of money to delegations and stole the presidency, and Nixon knew it. And he was like, I'm not gonna, this is not good for the country to get into it. That's why he resigned instead of standing trial. And that's why he doesn't talk about that. That's the story, you know?
Yeah. That's
wild,
a good most interesting president.
Most interesting, I think, to me. Yeah. I mean, Johnson was also a fascinating guy.
Yeah.
Johnson was, and Reagan was kind of an empty-headed genius, incredible, knows how to just be. As long as somebody else is in the room, Reagan was brilliant. But I'm not sure he had any thoughts. You know what I mean? There's people like that.
Yeah, he was like an actor that was
He's
like,
an actor.
I guess I'll be a Republican while he was there. And then, which was pretty admirable at the time, because he was, actually, no, it wasn't, because that was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, you're a communist. And he just became the man.
My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot and saying, so what do you feel about this guy? And he said, well, I just pray for him. He's a sick man. He's just, you know, I found out later that he's sick. He's mentally ill. So we add him to our prayers. And we hope for the best for him. And he says it with this big...
He's like, we're fucking that guy up. Oh, yeah. I hope he's doing good.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
I think that should be it, right?
Yeah, I think that's
so.
about enough.
You had fun.
Yeah, it was good. Why do you accusing me of having fun? Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for doing it, man.
Sure. Thanks for asking. It's fun.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Yeah, let's just do that. We're not gonna do ads on the next one. We got to do ads on this.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Can't do ads on the next one.
No, dude.
In the middle of that, you can't drop an ad.
No.
So, Man Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you think it really stinks in here, and it did. But now we've got Hawthorne. What the fuck? What?
Why are they saying we stink?
Why did they say? And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to be your best with skincare and hair care made just for you. I didn't know what I needed, so I took their fucking quiz. It's super easy, and after answering questions like, how much do I sweat and how dry is my skin, they made me a custom box of products.
Oh, yeah.
Boys.
Yeah, the quiz. We took the quiz.
How'd the cream make you feel? How'd this cologne smell?
I'll tell you what.
Hawthorne in this email said, Boys, how'd the cream make you feel?
No, you don't want to know. I can't talk. It's
How'd that
triple X, dude. I can't talk about
I'll tell you how the cream felt. Made me jizz all over myself. And I had to shower.
I'll tell you what. I used to like Manscaped when I remember reading Manscaped's ad, and I was like, I love Manscaped. Stuff sucks. I like Hawthorne, dude.
Hey,
I'm kidding.
I like Manscaped.
Hawthorne's the best, dude.
I've been using. I was just about to start endorsing.
Oh yeah, true.
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne's
let me tell you something, you motherfucker. Hawthorne stands by their customers, so if you're not completely satisfied, they'll retailer your products for free based on your feedback and pay for the shipping. So there's truly no risk at all.
That's the Hawthorne way.
Normally, when you're buying cream and cologne, there's a pretty high risk.
Oh yeah.
Right now, there's no risk.
Not at all. Dude.
All right.
Not at all, dude. Look
So
at my
make
face.
sure.
I've been using the face wash, dude. Look at that.
Really?
Clean, dude. Touch me.
I haven't even
beg
gotten
you.
that. I haven't
Touch
even
me.
received my sample.
Somebody touch me. I beg you.
So make. I'll rub you.
It's good.
So
I haven't do their cologne. Maybe we should put on a lot of their cologne before we go to our other thing.
To our friend's house.
Spray ourselves.
So make sure you're ready for anything or anyone that comes your way by taking Hawthorne's quiz today. So make sure you're ready to fucking, if you're in Walmart, make sure you're ready for anybody.
True.
Go to hawthorne.co and use promo code DRENCHED to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co. Promo code DRENCHED. Hawthorne.co, promo code DRENCHED.
Yeah, you want to smell good and it's good. You get them smell goods going on.
You got this one?
Lucy.
Yes.
Guys, just give me some rap about Lucy. Like, you know the favorite flavors.
I love it. Mango's my shit because although I'm addicted to it, I'm still a fucking fruity guy. I'm still a bit of a fruit man.
Yeah, you want to enjoy it.
You got to be healthy when you're doing it.
For sure.
That's how I get my fruits.
Yeah, so you guys know the deal. If you're addicted to nicotine.
That's a funny joke.
If you're addicted to nicotine, go to Lucy,
I know
guys.
that doesn't work.
Lucy's
Sorry.
safe. It's the chemical. They isolate the chemical nicotine and make it taste yummy.
They make it taste good. So not only are the chemical itself is addicting, they give it a good taste.
Exactly.
To make it even more fucking enjoyable.
Exactly. That's all we can do now is just enjoy ourselves, guys.
Yeah.
So, guys, check out the full line of products at llambduh.co and use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout. That's llambduh.co, and be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. And if you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at ca.lucy.co. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical, but also that's why you like it.
That's why you like it, and that's why
you
it's
like
fun.
it. And probably the baby was probably on nicotine when he had that quick reaction time to get that guy. He probably had some
You ever
chaw.
play Red Dead?
Yeah,
You can take tobacco to...
Can you really?
You can take Lucy to fucking...
The golden eye.
Yeah, there's a lot of yeah.
So, guys, I'm going to be on my fucking dumb tour.
Ooh.
Forever. I'm going to be on the road forever.
Here I go again.
So, April 28th to 30th, that's this weekend, I'll be in Indianapolis.
Oh,
Tickets are going fast. There's some tickets left, I think. May 6th, I'll be in Manchester, England. May 8th, Leeds, England. May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London. 13th, London. So this has been a big confusion for a lot of people. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. The second one is at O2 Shepherd's Bush Empire. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there at night and wait. I think that's the first real theater I've ever headlined.
Really?
London. So
in
yeah,
London
please come to that. Because if that doesn't sell out, I'm going to feel like a fucking doofus.
You got to get Jason Statham out too.
Oh, I will.
Get Statham out, dude.
Say, yo, welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Yo. June 3rd through 5th, Philly. It already sold out, not a big deal. June 6th through 11th, Brea, California, whatever. St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia, Perth, Melbourne. Let's go.
Ooh, my goodness. And then what?
And then I'm dead.
Yeah, true.
After that whole tour, then I will be dead.
Mummify your remains, dude. Place you in the fucking hallway at Helium just as a mummy. Be tight. Dude, Bananas Comedy Club. That's the big one. That's the end. That's the absolute end of my just wicked run, dude. One show a month for 4 months.
Where are you going?
Bananas. Rutherford.
How is this not? It's sold out.
I don't know. I'm bringing Sid and Butterly, so it'll be nice. We're going to do stand-up.
Oh, shit.
At the end of it, we'll just do
You
a
can
little...
do a bit of a live Stoner Dad, but just never to be seen again. Live.
Little live, dude. A little at the end of the shows, we'll have a nice. Me and Sid been having fun.
That's this
doing it.
weekend.
Yeah, this weekend. Bananas. Bananas Comedy Club, North Jersey. I mean, dude, New York.
It's not sold out yet, so get tickets.
Not at all. I don't think it's close, but it'll be fun.
It's a new room. That's why.
Yeah,
I thought it was the tiny room.
Is it the new room?
The other one used to be in. It's not the one by Dad.
It's not in the
Bing, Bada Bing.
Really?
Now you're at it's somewhere else. Well, it's Rutherford.
whatever. This will be
which
fun.
is right next to it.
It'll be fun. Dude, I've been having me and Sid the Kid have been having a good time.
Yeah.
So we'll get the Butterly man, dude. It'll be a good show. Gardini will have the absolute SS himself, superstar
Oh,
SS Gardini.
the old SS officer, Sean Gardini. I was disappointed no one yelled Adolf at Chris when he got on
Someone
stage.
did, I think.
Someone yelled.
Someone
All
hit
right.
him with a
I went
sponge.
outside to hear. Yes, he gets hit with a
Yeah.
sponge.
No,
still.
he got it with turd, I think, actually.
Turd's the one
Turd's
that's
the
that's
vintage.
tough.
That means you're a
PBT.
super. That means you're
True,
an OG fan.
True.
Also, I would like to get Gus the Groundhog going for Nate Marshall. That's what I was thinking about. I'd like for him to be called Gus.
That'd be nice.
Gus the Groundhog. That's his rap name. What do you got?
The Drip at the Stand, Wednesday, May 4th at 7 p.m. That one's going to be fun. It's on my Instagram.
Nice.
And then the Doghouse at Sesh, Friday, May 13th. Friday the
That'd be
13th,
great.
very spooky.
That will be a spooky
Get on
time.
there.
Guys, we're about to go do something could change our lives forever.
True.
Thank
Well-
you for listening.
Adios.
Wow, wow. Wicked wild, wicked wild, wicked wild, wild west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada.
Round 2.
The Wild Wild West.
And then again, and then again.
Hello. Welcome to part 2 of The Presidents. I mean, this is crazy. Matt's unavailable. He had to attend to his family. So
This
that's
sounds really bad.
yeah. It's
You have
not.
to
I
attend
checked in
to
on him.
his
He's
family?
okay. Everything's okay. There was
I don't mean
yeah.
it sounds bad like medically. It sounds like, fight.
No, there was no fight. Just so we're clear. Let's start, dude. Let's start where we left off. We're going right into it because we got to plow through these guys because they kind of suck.
Yeah, some of these guys I'm not interested in at all. So just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped Reconstruction. I mean, he stopped
Yeah.
the slave.
He was the
to
one
help
who-
the black people stuff.
So the reason he did that is because he was losing to a guy named Tilden in the election.
yeah,
South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida were the 3 southern states that still hadn't counted in the Electoral College.
yeah.
The Republicans made a deal with the Democrats that said, we'll remove federal troops from those states if you give them to Hayes. And they
This
did.
is after the Civil War's over.
Yeah.
They're still having this fucking.
Well, that's because the KKK was they were
Okay.
they were the real
Okay.
deal. They were
Okay.
fucking shit up. So they had the federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes because the black people were allowed to vote at this point. They had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes, and obviously that's
That's what the guy
looking
said
at it
when
cynically.
when the guy pitched the first guy pitched the name Ku Klux Klan. The leader was K. K.
Okay.
You liked it?
Bad joke.
That's
Yeah,
all
but
right.
it took him a year to warm up to it.
Okay.
K.
Okay. KKK.
K.
Republicans removed it. Basically, he ended Reconstruction. Hayes didn't do much, but this is actually important because this is kind of the end of it lowered presidential power quite a bit. These guys kind of took a back step to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah, like
monsters.
now with the
Yeah,
tech guys,
and
with
we're
the,
still in.
with the Bezos and
Yep.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I'm sick of
Oh
him.
my God,
What are you gonna do if he bought? Well, he bought it, right?
he bought Twitter. You guys,
What are you gonna do?
he bought Twitter from those really great people that owned it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because the people I like the
Yeah,
people that
yeah.
owned it before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they were a bunch of monks like that just knew everything.
Yeah.
Now
they-
he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
although I don't think
Elon Musk.
Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I wanted.
You don't know yet. You don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, he
Who
could
knows?
be being coy.
Which one, Trump? Or
Trump, he could be like, maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I won't. So this is big for Hayes. 1877. When
Yeah,
Hayes
so
took-
those guys, the corporations started having more power than the federal
Yeah,
government.
as soon as Hayes
because
took
the
over.
fucking industrial North that plowed the South under, and then it just became belching machines.
Yeah,
And oil started.
yeah.
And fuck it. It just, there was no, just steel, coal, oil.
Yeah.
What year are we at?
This is 1877.
Okay, so no cars or anything, but like,
they're close.
really big horses.
The horses got bigger.
Huge horses. They were like 10 feet wide horses then.
When Hayes took over,
The trains.
Penn Railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right away,
Motherfuckers, they were Amazon.
They Amazoned
Sons of bitches.
so there was strikes.
Yeah.
And then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And they used, they went down and shot guys that were striking with
That's-
real troops.
Did you ever see? Never mind.
Do it.
I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. And
That's
by the way,
fine.
this is when people get excited and like make pop off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes. It's because they actually don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we don't know.
I'm only hearing about it from you.
Yeah, it is. But what a
And
good
you're looking
way
at your phone,
What a good
so-
way to put down a strike. Well, this is research I did, but that's all right.
Yeah, just you send in dudes to beat the shit out of the guys,
Yeah.
the strikers.
Just open fire on them.
On which industries? The
Mostly
coal?
mostly railroad and coal, yeah.
Did you ever see 𝗏𝗏?
Mm-mm.
It's a great movie by John Sayles. Nobody knows who he is anymore.
Mm-mm.
8 Men Out, about the White Sox, the Black Sox.
No,
Yeah,
I know about it. Shoeless Joe?
Mm.
Yeah.
So he made a movie called
Meyer
𝗏𝗏.
Lansky?
What?
Meyer Lansky? The
Yes,
Jews
that's
behind
right.
it?
I mean, he might have been Jewish.
Meyer Lansky? Meyer
I mean, I'm
Lansky.
not going to say. He didn't do it because he was Jewish.
Do you think that's what Hitler
He
was
was
mad
Jewish
about?
because he did it.
Was
What?
the World Series?
That's what Hitler was mad
I
about?
think that might have been what he was pissed about.
About the Black Sox?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. 1880.
𝗏𝗏. So 𝗏𝗏 is a movie about the coal mining strikes and these guys that are trying to make a union, right? And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a common thing back then in rural places that a child would be a preacher, like
Yeah.
a touched child who just can really fucking rock. Sam Kinison was a preacher when he was a kid.
No.
Yes, did you know that?
No.
Sam Kinison was a preacher before he was a
Jesus
comic.
Christ.
Yes. And he did it. It was in his Lord. And it
must have
sounded
been great.
exactly like his act. Talking about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ in your heart, you're one of those guys. He does it in one of his specials. He flashes into it for a moment.
Wow.
And they cut to his mother in the audience like this. And, she
She-
loves
she
him as a
loved
comic. She loved him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay. So kid preachers,
Like there
were
will
common.
be blood.
Huh?
Fucking, yeah.
Yeah. Paul Dano plays, he's not, I mean, younger than that. The kid's a teenager.
Yeah.
And he was the spiritual leader of the town, this little Pennsylvania, where you're from,
Yeah.
town of coal miners. And there's some guys start to organize to make a union. And the kid, the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union. So they wanted to help the union. So they were planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these two thugs, fucking, guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are. And the kid doesn't want them to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable. He tells a story from the Bible that clearly to anyone who knows the Bible says what time and when and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but the
maybe
guys,
just the
it's a great
chapters.
moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens. So they don't have any faith. So the truth is right in front of them and they can't even hear it. It's a great
That's
moment.
nice.
That's my only thing on Rutherford B. Hayes.
That's good though.
So that's what, back then it was like this wicked, but it's important it's the through line of America, because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich, in Normandy, all over the world too, in England also, with Oliver Twist and whatever, and when Dickens was writing, poorhouses, workhouses, that's how they did it over there. And here we had a horrible version of the same thing, 3-year-old kids working in mills. And that against the impossibility of capitalist structure and people trying to organize, and that union organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people. It was the working people.
Yeah. They had to do it.
They had to. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist scheme that you had to, that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it for your price.
This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War.
That's right.
Half
really
these guys were veterans. Like, they had been through hell.
Yes.
And now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because we're getting richer.
Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected.
They get
Every class of veterans has gotten fucked.
Yeah.
Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system, and they got thrown in prison for it. But anyway, whatever. But so yes, they and also we were pushing west.
Yeah.
So cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West, people were still gunfighting.
Yeah.
Folks
Absolutely.
were fighting each other with guns.
In the 1870s, it would have been the towards the end of the Indian Wars.
Yes.
I mean, the Comanche was still going wild. Like, it was
still all these
hanging
American professional soldiers
Yeah.
who fought in the Civil War, and some of them went west to fight the Indian Wars.
Yeah.
And then some of them said, fuck all this, and just became gunfighters and used this ability they had, which is exactly the same. It's why in Japan, I don't know if you watch Kurosawa movies, like samurai movies. You need to watch some things. Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Okay. Fistful of Dollars.
Yes.
Fistful of Dollars is a remake.
Oh, okay.
Yes, of a Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese movie called Yojimbo. This is not like a hidden idea. This is a true Yojimbo. Magnificent Seven.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it?
Yes, I used to watch all those fucking things.
Okay, so the Magnificent Seven is a remake of the seven. Don't nod like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm
the
trying to get through the fucking story, if I'm being honest.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
This is all has to do with presidents.
All right. We got to plow through these.
I know.
We're still at Hayes, and we're talking about Japanese movies.
The Seven Samurai is this Magnificent Seven is a remake of the Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies. It's amazing because the Japanese I think it was called the medieval era. It was the same as our West because they had these wars with samurai, and then all those dynasties like broke up and it became just chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt.
Yeah,
and so the samurai just wandered the hills called Ronin, and they just became swords for hire.
Yeah.
And so that was just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. But okay, so Hayes, who came after Hayes? Fuck Hayes. Who came after Hayes?
Garfield. 1880. No, this is a good one.
Okay.
This is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's going to be, he's smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. Because this is after.
So he was another nerd. He was a
nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds. This is after Johnson.
I can do that.
Johnson, Grant. Yeah, just fucking. 200 days into office, he was on his way to a college reunion. He was at a DC rail
college
station.
Reunion?
He was going to a college reunion.
Wow.
There's
Jello shots and
he was going to do
beer bongs.
He was going to go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles 𝗕𝗏𝗄. And 𝗕𝗏𝗄 is very interesting. I looked into him last night. He was a moron. He was a traveling moron who thought that he had campaigned.
It's like a village idiot, but a traveling moron.
He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him.
Fail doing what?
For religious shit. He joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Then he would be like, I'm going to start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. Then he would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking up. And then he was in DC and he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. And he was like, how about Vienna? They're like, who are you? So then he got angry, and then he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the
What kind of
significance
gun
of it.
did he use?
He bought it was a bulldog revolver,
Hmm.
and he couldn't afford the ivory handle.
Yeah.
So the guy selling the gun was like, all right, I'll give you the one with the ivory handle. And he's like, this is going to be in a museum.
Is it?
Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. Yeah. But he shot him twice. And then he
How did
yelled.
he get close to him?
I think back then you could just walk
Up.
There was no
behind the
Secret
president.
Service. You could just walk up behind him, and he yelled like, "I'm here for Arthur," who was the vice president.
Chester Arthur.
Yeah, he was like, "Chester Arthur is the real president,"
Because he's gonna
killed him.
yeah. make me ambassador.
He killed him. Garfield died 2 months later from these wounds.
So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in office.
Yes, this is after Lincoln.
Yep. Second
Then
guy to get
Garfield.
killed in office. Okay.
Chester
nothing.
Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884 is now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan.
Mhm.
Cleveland
Don't care
Cleveland
about him.
gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing that's cool is he married a 21-year-old.
Ow!
Yeah, it's pretty good. Then he won the popular vote and lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, "Don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years."
Oh.
Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison.
She's still around, probably.
Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He would leave the office at noon every day and just go hunt.
Just go upstairs.
Yeah, just hang out.
Okay, so him and yeah,
So this is still just a run of horrific presidents.
stinks. All
that
these
are
guys
just
stink.
destroying.
And we're
the country.
marching through the
Yes.
late 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets reelected.
Yeah,
People liked his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot bride,
wife. Yeah.
and now their new daughter, Baby Ruth.
Okay.
You know the candy bar?
Yeah, but isn't that Babe
Named,
Ruth?
no,
That's
I
not
think it's
Babe
named
Ruth?
after their daughter.
You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth?
You gotta look that up, dude.
Come on. Feels closer to true. Did they even have candy bars back then?
Look, man.
You know who
Don't wanna punch
Mounds?
holes in
You know who
this.
Mounds was named after?
Ew.
Your mother's cunt.
I had a feeling. I had a strong feeling. What?
Says, the candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland.
I like that.
Took place in
Okay,
1921.
So you could check Mounds.
Okay.
Check my hands.
See if Mounds was named after my mother's cunt.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean, it's just sad, Shane.
What if it says Mrs.
Shane.
What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's a twist?
Maybe I'm projecting. It could be.
That gets it. All right. But these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%.
Yeah.
Great. There's a depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio,
Yes.
which is pretty funny.
And he's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Grant.
think he's-
What was
Grant is from Ohio. That's right. But there was like a run of Ohio
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
straight through, but there was a lot of Ohio dudes.
All these guys.
Okay,
Cleveland,
so
Harris-
McKinley's from Ohio.
He was the last president who served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. His whole thing was cultivating good press. He was the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated him.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that
Well, this is good,
something
though.
important to say about McKinley? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was open. There's Cuban
Yeah.
rebels.
Oh.
He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major media people were like, we got to go to war. Fuck that. So he sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. That's where the Remember the Maine, all that shit comes from. McKinley created the Situation Room in the White House. That was pretty tight, so that they could. Huh? It's exciting stuff.
Nice work.
This is a 10-week war.
Yeah.
The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico in the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes.
And we can get into Teddy, dude.
So Teddy fascinating thing about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor told his father he's got to stay in bed and he'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told Teddy, well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane and walked up the Matterhorn, just walked up it.
Dude.
He was a ball of insane energy. He would just do anything.
Yeah, he was kind of terrifying.
He was. And he was kind of an animal.
Yeah.
But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like he was the first guy that they did like caricatures of. Like he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth and his glasses. So he was the first guy that they drew like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above, and he liked it. So he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two, but he ran everything from that number two position because he knew number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, I don't know this, I'm uneducated and I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy. Because New York, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to pay somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in the uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys. And they didn't do it. They never stopped crime. Yeah, and they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City. And they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction. You can't be old. He said, you have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy and you have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to have an education. You get taught lots of things in an academy. It's a school. And so he started that. Police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sundays. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this. Yeah. And they ran him out of town on a rail. And he was fired. But to him, it was like, mission accomplished. Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Like he would go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy. Yeah. So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut and kill buffalo. And then they went and people would send emissaries and say, please run in this, please run in this company, please run this company. He would always say no. And then they came to him and asked him to run the U.S. Navy. He did a similar thing to the United States Navy, which I know less about. Yeah.
He was obsessed with the war in 1812. I think he wrote a book on it. Yeah. What was how we could have won that quickly. We almost lost it because we didn't have a Navy ready. And his whole thing was we need to have a huge Navy.
That's right.
Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think either West Point or the Naval Academy where he was like, it was probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be
somebody in the world.
Naval power. Yeah. He did two things that have lasted till now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the National Park System. Yeah. No one even thought of that. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it. In the Amazon, they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare, because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they wouldn't. So Teddy did that, and he made us a naval power. And then he was vice president, which he didn't want. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about this. Was him in the Spanish War?
Yes.
The at what's it called? Hill.
San Juan Hill.
Yeah.
And he went over. Yeah, he went over
He's
the
a
hill.
dickhead.
He was nuts.
He got everybody killed.
Yes, he did. He was crazy.
Which was cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all Old West guys.
Yes.
Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking dudes.
Well,
And
back then you could make like a platoon.
Yeah.
Like you could tell the army, like, I'm going to make a platoon.
Yeah, he just bought a platoon.
I bought some guys. I brought some guys.
He
and
was-
we
he
call
was
ourselves
40.
the Rough Riders. And the army's like, okay, you're part of the army.
He was 40.
Yes.
And he had a family. He had a sick wife and a family. And they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck would you be going to war?
Yes.
And he's like, because he wanted to go to war.
He was also a rich patriarch in Oyster Bay. He had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very
Just 'cause
sprawling family.
His brother's great.
Teddy
His brother's the
yes.
one I kind of was like. So in the beginning,
What was his brother's name?
I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another Kermit?
Kermit might be a
Kermit
son.
was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son, Kermit.
He-
They went on little rowboats up the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president twice. This is in retirement. Like he named certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was
And
crazy. He was
fucking nuts. So then when he was
But his brother was a drunk who Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good son.
right.
But he got like he just did what anybody would do if they were a Roosevelt.
Number
was
one always fucks up.
partied.
Again, that's why Teddy was the number two son. He was it's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy, his brother.
Donald Trump. Didn't he have an older
He
brother?
had brother John.
Who drank himself.
Yes, that's
And
what
this
older brothers do.
Roosevelt
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy drank
Clinton?
himself to death.
Didn't Clinton have one?
Roger Clinton was younger than him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, a lot of these guys have older brothers who just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in like a mental hospital in like Paris. According to this documentary, he was drinking like 6 bottles of brandy a day. He was just
Not bad.
And then the way he
life.
died was like he had delirium from the alcohol. And he was trying to jump out of a window, but he kept just running up and down the steps.
And he had a heart
And
attack.
he had like an aneurysm and a
Jesus.
seizure.
Okay, so when Teddy was here's a great
just
story
lost
about
his
Teddy.
shit.
The way where teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was in Pennsylvania again. Your fucking state might have been
Incredible
Virginia.
state.
Not much difference. So Teddy was there and on tour as president. And there were some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always they get so excited and they plan stuff. So they knew he loves hunting bear.
Yeah.
So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in a mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die.
Yeah.
But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter, so they take him. We're going to take you to hunt some bear, and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree, a little bear who's kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go shoot him, and Teddy breaks down into tears.
Yeah.
And he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a little sketch that was in the paper of Teddy with this little bear. And it was, people put that together, Teddy and bear, and started making these stuffed bears that looked like Teddy because of this.
Jesus Christ.
So that his first day as president.
Yeah. Oh, well, McKinley gets shot.
Yeah.
He got shot by an anarchist named Leon Czolgosz.
Sure.
Whatever. But it was interesting. I think him or...
So now we've lost 3 presidents.
3 guys got shot in the 1800s. So in the last 40 years.
Yes.
And the people are like, this was a gunshot. Today he would have survived in 2 days.
Yeah.
So like Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking hiking bullshit.
Right.
Somebody came running up the hill like, he's shot. You're the president. They get there. The guy's fine. He died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad. This is bad medicine.
Yeah,
Back then, you could cut the president on the finger to death.
Yeah.
Because of how bad medicine was and how infected wounds got.
Yeah.
So, okay, so McKinley's dead.
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
Yep.
Teddy's the president.
Teddy's the president of the United States. His first day at the White House, he's like walking into the White House, and he runs into Booker T. Washington, black fella.
Hulk Hogan.
Why is it Hulk?
There's Booker T. He's a black wrestler.
Oh, okay.
He is.
So
it's an iconic moment.
Booker T. Washington says, "Hey, I have some issues I want to talk about." And Teddy says, "Come to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner." First night in the White House, he hosts a black man. Never happened in the history of the country. A black man being a guest for dinner at the White House. The whole country goes nuts. It's the first event of Teddy's presidency. Is that the Senate, and I could be having some of these things wrong, but the Senate unanimously censured the president for having, there was nobody in the mix. It, like, if it was happened today and even like fucking AOC was like, "Oh no, you don't have him in the White House." Everyone, like, all the way across the board said that's not okay. And they censured him. They tried to throw him out. They're like, maybe we should impeach him. But the best thing they could do is censure him for having had a black man as a guest in the White House. So this was what Teddy did. This is the kind of guy he was. He had him to dinner constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him, like, he elevated him more and more because he was just like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. There's one more I wanted to say about the Spanish Civil War that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
When they took that hill, he was on his horse. Everybody else was like, so they took one hill, and then he saw San Juan Hill, or whatever it's called, and he was like, we're going to take that. He went off by himself.
Right.
5 guys followed him. 3 of them got shot.
Yeah, because he went all of a sudden. He was like, we're doing this, and they had to scramble.
He didn't order anything.
Into a hail of gunfire.
So then he came back, and one of the guys was laying down. And he was like, how are you going to lay down when I'm up on this horse? Get up. And as soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head, killed instantly. And then he led the charge, and they were all, a lot of them died. But
some of them could have been president.
He did it purely out of, like, I wanted to be in war, which is really a terrible, terrible thing. Terrible leader. For that.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
But he won. It
worked out.
It did work out.
And then when he was, another great story about him that I heard was that he would fight whoever was the heavyweight champ.
Oh, yeah.
He would bare knuckle.
Yeah.
So, like, Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship. So he was invited. He doesn't know this, what's going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So I don't know if they had an Oval Office yet.
Yeah.
Comes into the Oval Office.
I believe they did.
And Teddy was like, "Oh, terrific." And he fucking starts. And Jack Johnson's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Come on now." Because to him, it was like, it made sense that the president should fight with the heavyweight champion.
Dude.
And he fought him, and Johnson blinded him in one eye. And Teddy begged him, "Please don't tell anybody, because I'll get it." Because Teddy, he's not supposed to do this. So he used to get people to leave the room, and then he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, which he was always in denial about, because he was sort of ashamed that he did this thing.
Yeah, this guy's insane.
He was nuts. Again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters.
Yeah.
As fascinating
But he
individuals.
did a ton of great shit, and then he started going after all these trusts. He started breaking up all these monopolies. He started. So he's the first president from this fucking lull of just garbage presidents to start to actually, like, reform shit.
That's right.
And start to really.
Well, that's what he
became
believed.
a
Like,
progressive.
when he was governor of New York, he was doing something that was, like, huge. And one of his aides said, "If you pull this off, you could run for president." And Teddy snapped at him and said, "Don't ever in your life say something like that to me." He said, "If I add my own career and potential to the math of my decisions, then it'll destroy everything." He said, "We never think about my career." And he really did live that way.
Yeah. He personally wanted to be, though. That's funny. Like, he wrote to his lady, because he was in D.C. Maybe before he was the vice president.
Mm-hmm.
He was in New York. That's when he became the vice president. He was in New York, and that guy that he was in his political party, I forget the guy's name, was like, "Send him to D.C. I don't want him in New York anymore."
Yeah.
He's a fucking nightmare.
No, he's
fighting everybody.
He
He's
had
fighting
no
everybody.
comfortable place he could possibly be, but president of the United States.
But he was like, every time I walk past the White House, like, I could be there someday.
Yes.
Like, he had that in there. But
The greatest piece of film on Teddy is that he was the first president to fly in an airplane. And there's film of it. He went in with a hot rod guy who was like a barnstormer guy.
Yeah.
And it's just a biplane. And they show him, it's shitty black and white footage, but he gets in the plane and it corkscrews and does. He was already retired. He was kind of older. And you see him get out of it and you see him go like, whoa, whoo, that was crazy. But that's how much of a badass he was.
Youngest president, also.
Youngest one.
42 or 43, yeah.
Yes. Won 2 terms.
Won 2 terms.
And then
elected.
And then left. Then he decided not to run the 3rd time because he didn't like Republican politics. And then he ran for a 3rd term after skipping a term.
And he split the vote.
What was it called? The party? Bull Moose or something like that?
Oh, yeah. We're skipping the part he gets shot.
Yes, he got shot point blank in the chest. And he had a big, thick thing of his speech.
Yeah.
And he had something else metal. I forget what was something like it wasn't a flask, I don't think. But he had some shit in his pocket. The
bullet got lodged into his chest, though.
Right, it went, but it was
in his chest.
It didn't get into his It
didn't
heart.
break his muscle.
No,
it stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat.
Finished the speech,
and he finished. He said it's going to take a lot more to kill a bull moose.
That's what he said. Which is
pretty fucking wild. Getting shot in the middle of a speech, clearing your throat.
It's a great moment.
Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm forgetting. It could have been Taft. And then Taft is okay. But
extremely fat guy. Didn't he die in a bathtub?
No, he got stuck
Something
in the
about
bathtub.
him in a tub.
Didn't he get stuck? He gets stuck and had to get buttered out of the tub.
Yeah.
And that takes us to Wilson. Because then Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decides he wants to come back.
And Wilson was New Jersey governor of New Jersey or something?
I don't know. This is where I stopped.
Wilson is... I don't know much about him, except for me, like some of the sources for what I know about these guys come from different places. So what I know about Wilson is because I read this book it was called The Peace to End All Peace, a book that everybody should read. And it's about how World War I, the end of World War I, was how all the Middle Eastern countries were drawn. Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these places only exists because of British and American and French. These are lines these are countries. That's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have a place at that table. So we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different people that don't belong in a country.
What's it called? It's the something. It's 2 names. It's whatever. But yeah, it was colonization. They just were like,
the treaty, whatever the fuck. Yeah. But anyway, World War I was this just bizarre, stupid. Until World War I, Europe was still all kings and princes, and there was still a country called Prussia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of. And it was still the whole, and they had some budding democracy, but they still gave it enormous amount of power to their stupid fucking
to one family.
Yes,
they were all related.
Yes, and they were all married to each other. Yes,
the leaders of World War I were cousins.
Kaiser Wilhelm was an uncle to Nicholas Tsar, who
King
finally
George.
lost Russia.
Yeah,
and so they fought this ridiculous war and now they suddenly had this mechanized. They had machine guns.
Yeah.
Some of the shit was developed here during the Civil War, and they just start firing crazy weapons at each other, artillery.
Yeah.
And the U.S. But the thing about that war was the Middle East. It was the Turkish Ottoman Empire was falling apart, and all of these European countries wanted a piece of what was going to be there. I think they had started to figure out that oil was in the Middle East. I don't have all this worked out in my head. But Wilson refused to get into the war because he knew it was an imperialist bullshit. And at the time, America was against going out and sending troops other places for imperialism was something America hated because it still wasn't that long ago that we were we were a colony. Yeah. So we finally did enter World War I, and I don't know why.
It was hard for the U.S. to enter because half the population's German. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Half Irish. They
Yes.
fucking hated England.
Yes.
All this, and then I think it was like the Lusitania. They
I
just
guess
kept doing all these.
Those things are always bullshit. I don't know
Yeah,
what
it
finally
was.
pushed us.
I think the Lusitania did have weapons on it.
Well,
Yeah, whatever.
we were selling weapons. We're probably
Yeah.
making money on the war. But when we entered the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that we didn't send any troops.
We
to.
made up for it though. Later.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we didn't get any.
But that was our position back then. We had there was a morality to what we did, at least politically, not economically. We never cared
Sure.
because those levers were handled by industry, not by the government. Anyway, I don't know that. I'm getting way out of my depth.
No, World War.
but I don't know that much about Wilson. So then
I don't either.
Who's after Wilson?
Wilson after Wilson would be. I'll tell you. Hold on. Harding.
Don't know. Don't care.
Harding was. He was corrupt. He was
Yeah.
really corrupt, and that started leading to.
Nah,
Fucking whatever.
then
Coolidge.
Yeah.
Same thing.
yeah.
I was just watching shit on these guys. Who cares?
Yeah.
This is the Roaring '20s, though.
Yeah.
So shit's going well financially.
Yeah, they had their pandemic during all those guys,
Yeah.
by the way.
And these guys are all corrupt.
Yes.
And it's just out of control. The
Yes.
economy's out of control. But everything, and this is post World War One.
So who's after Coolidge?
Coolidge is Hoover. After Hoover.
Right, Herbert Hoover.
And then that's shit starting to turn around a
Yes.
little. And then here comes FDR.
Okay, so FDR, again, my approach is always who these guys were as people, and my favorite take on FDR is what's his name, Churchill's. So I read this book, Churchill and it's called Franklin and Winston, about their relationship.
Yeah.
Churchill was a nerd. He was a fat English drunk nerd, and he was a lord. He was a little Lord
Yeah.
Fauntleroy nerd. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was also a rich kid.
Yeah, he was a nerd.
He was a nerd, but
Yeah.
he was also really dedicated to the people. And he did a lot of things like up here in upstate New York. He had Hyde Park, and there's all these massive estates, Hyde Park, and the Vanderbilts live next door. And he gave when he became president, he gave Hyde Park to the country. He said, you just let it be a museum for a time when people lived like this. And he persuaded his next door neighbors, the Vanderbilts, to do the same. He got all the upstate rich people. He said, move into the city and give these places, let these be places for the people to visit. So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just thought he was the coolest. He was Americans came off really cool back then. And Churchill was like this, very And so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two of them. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park to plead the case, please come into the war, because Franklin wasn't coming into the war. So he spent a night in Hyde Park, and they talked, and it was Churchill's feeling like for the first time that Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in this book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing him off. He was at the window of his car, and Churchill said, "Franklin, I feel so good to have really spent time with you, and I feel a connection with you." And Roosevelt said, Take it easy. He said, just take it easy. And then the other one, and he just hurt his feelings. Then the other great thing was at Yalta, the conference at Yalta, where
this is good.
FDR and
Stalin.
Churchill are trying to get Stalin to come into the war on the Allied. He could have come in on either side. It was a toss-up, or he could have stayed out. But a Russian front to the war was everything. It turned out to be everything.
Yeah.
The same thing that happened it's what killed Napoleon, because Russia is just this deep forest, and anybody who invades Russia just gets absorbed and then stuck for the winter.
Yeah.
It killed Napoleon, and it eventually took Hitler. It's not where they lose, but it's where they drains. Okay.
Yeah.
So Churchill is like the European statesman. He's the one who's been fighting the war longer, and he's been mechanizing. How am I going to do this? And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, "Let's talk. Let's plan how we're going to get Joseph." And FDR goes, "Oh, let's have lunch. We'll do it after lunch. And he's like, "Okay, when are we gonna? We got to confab. You and me. We're gonna triangulate. You come from that. So good cop, bad cop. Like, which one do you want to do?" And FDR is like, "It's all right, Winston. It's all right. I got that. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it." And then they're at lunch with Stalin, and Roosevelt looks at Churchill and he says to Stalin, "Joseph, look at Churchill. Look at what a fat, weird little man he is. Look at him with his cigar. Look how ridiculous he is." And Stalin is like shocked, and he looks at Churchill and he goes, "Bah!" And he just laughs, and he fucking drinks vodka with FDR, and they fucking singing songs. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And then and FDR is like, "So you come in our side?" And Joe's like, yes, I come in your side.
Of course.
Of course I come in your side. He read the room and he knew what had to be done. And it was throwing fucking Winston Churchill under the bus and making him feel like a fat little fuck.
And he was mad about it. He was mad. Churchill was mad. He like left there. No, but he got he won World War II at that.
Yes, he did. But he had to be humiliated.
Yeah. The best was a cool one about Churchill and Roosevelt. Not really Roosevelt, but just after Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
I think Churchill sent a cigar to the king and was like, "We just won." Like as soon as Pearl Harbor happened,
he knew
like,
because
that's
all he wanted was for them to
it's over.
There is one point where he needed to meet in person with FDR. So the British fleet took Churchill into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
And the American fleet sent a warship that had FDR's yacht on, like just sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier. And they lowered his yacht into the water in the middle of the ocean.
Jesus Christ.
And it putted over to the English. And they were ringed by, if the Nazis had come along, there was like 1,000 guns just for a meeting between those two guys on a yacht drinking whiskey in the middle of the ocean. So that's all I got on FDR. 3 times?
Yeah. And then he died.
So Truman. Okay. Truman...
Fuck the New Deal. We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, don't care. We are talking about the guys, not the American history. So Truman was his 3rd vice president.
Truman was, Missouri, I think.
Yes.
And he was considered kind of a fucking loser, right?
He was hated. Yeah. He was like hated the way that like Ted Cruz is hated. Like that kind of like, if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, "Oh, I can't with that fucking guy." For different reasons. But Truman was picked. FDR was like, who can we pick that's not going to fuck things up, And they picked Truman. Truman was a guy, worked at a haberdashery. It didn't work out. He was one of these guys. His father was a farmer and he was running his farm. And then he went and worked at a bank and was kicking ass.
Yeah.
And then his father's farm failed and so he took it over, and that wiped out like 10 years of his life was just being a farmer. And he had a haberdashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and then when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically all the money, like billions of dollars, would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries, and they would all steal them. And every senator in Washington was stealing all the war. We were fighting Hitler, and everybody in Washington was just stealing money and fleecing their fucking pockets, like openly in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And so Truman had this idea. Let's not do that. Let's
try to win.
Let's try to win, and let's try to get the money to the soldiers who are dying. And everyone hated him. That's why they hated him. They fucking hated him. And even Roosevelt. What's that?
I would have hated him.
Everybody hates the guy. Everybody hates the one guy.
Yeah.
Even FDR was like, "Do we really want a guy who's like, oh, man,
we need a leader.
Steal the money."
Yeah.
So they made him vice president. Nobody liked him. They locked him out of like they always do to the vice president. So one night he's in Sam Rayburn's office. Sam Rayburn was like the greatest Speaker of the House ever. Sam Rayburn, there's the building that all the offices are in is the Sam Rayburn building. He was like the first great speaker, one of the great speakers. So Sam Rayburn, he's in his office playing poker with Sam Rayburn. They had a poker room, like a dark, smoky, original smoky room. And Truman is just a loser vice president. Nobody talks to him. And he's playing poker with Sam and the other guys late into the night, just having a good time. And then he gets a call. There's a call for you. And it's Eleanor Roosevelt. She says, my husband just died.
Yeah.
You need to get to the White House. So out of habit, because nobody cared about him, he just went on the street alone and hailed a cab.
Yeah.
And there was one moment where he's in a taxi and he realizes, Jesus Christ, we're at war. And the president of the United States is in a taxi. Nobody knows where I am. And then the famous moment is that he got to the White House and Eleanor greeted him at the door. And he said, Mrs. President or whatever, is there anything I can do for you? And she says, Mr. President, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, this is going to suck.
Yeah. She's like, you're the one who's in trouble now.
Truman's going to blow.
Yeah.
But he was a very good fucking president.
He nukes Japan.
Dropped the bomb. There's a
and don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
They had it coming. All right. There's this thing in history where everyone wants to be like, I can't believe they did that. Look into it.
No, there's the account of the announcement of the Truman was on a ship when he was on a big ship and he was having a big banquet.
Yeah.
And he got the report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had
it worked.
Yeah, that it worked because nobody knew if it even worked. And he did a little ting, 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 ting.
Hey,
everybody, just so you know, we dropped a bomb on the jet on Hiroshima. And it worked. And we're starting to, and then I think Nagasaki had dropped after also. Yeah. And it looks like
we're a day later.
And everybody applauded because there was no conflict.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese were never going to surrender.
Yeah.
And the amount of people that would have died, this is what it's like when you get deep into a war. How many people have died so far? How many more will die if we do it this way?
Yeah.
How many will die if we do it this way? So that's what happened. I don't have an opinion about it. I don't.
I do.
But that's fine.
But here's the thing. Nobody cares about Dresden. Nobody cares about...
No, Dresden, way more people died.
Yeah, and it's also... And first off, not more horrifically, both had like fire tornadoes.
Yes.
That just wiped out.
Well, they set the atmosphere on fire.
Yeah, it's the scariest thing in the world.
It's awful.
It sucked the oxygen out of a city, and there were fire tornadoes.
Yes.
People were melting in the streets.
Yes.
Into the street. The
going down the drains.
The pavement melted. So they'd run out of their houses, and their feet would get stuck. And then they'd reach down and then just be stuck in the fucking... I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. But you know... They might have had it coming,
but
of course, these are civilians.
There's a joke about two agents running into each other on the street in Hollywood, and one of them's like, "Hey, what have you been up to?" And he goes, "Oh, I produced a special for whatever. Just pick a, Celine Dion or whatever."
Yeah.
He goes, "How'd you like working with her?" And she's like, "Fucking cunt, fucking worthless, fucking spoiled brat, fucking drunk." Fucking drug-addled cunt. I hope she fucking dies. And the other guy goes, she's my niece. And the guy goes, let me finish. It's an old joke. Cut it out of the thing.
No, anyway, that's a good joke.
So okay, why did we get to that? Because Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So Truman dropped the bombs, and won the war. And then the next guy is
Eisenhower.
I only have one good Eisenhower story that I saw told by his son. After Eisenhower retired, he was a fucking general. He was a general.
Yeah.
He killed Hitler.
Yeah.
And then he was president.
And he was a president in a very good time. He's one of the few presidents that just kind of,
1950s.
He kind of started Vietnam, but
yes,
he was
damn good, meaty part of our history.
And Korea. But other than that, he had a pretty good time.
Got us kicked off in Korea for no reason. No reason. Zero reason.
Yeah.
Zero reason. Vietnam, no, nothing accomplished.
Turns out
Nothing
nothing
accomplished.
But at the time, you wanted to stop the spread of communism.
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing now in Ukraine. Of course,
Yeah,
let's go.
we need
no,
to
they're not
stop the
communists.
spread.
Whatever. It's just good. It's good to
We need to stop Russia.
You got to just kill Russians. Just Russians need to die. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
But when he retired, there's a story I saw his son tell in an interview where he had made a putting green on his front lawn. Like he got Kentucky bluegrass or whatever. Like he got like perfect grass, and he had this beautiful, because all he wanted to do was putt
Yeah.
in front of his house.
Yeah.
And then he had a corral where he had horses.
This is after he's president?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's done.
He's done.
just
He's on
wants
the
to putt.
porch with his whole family.
Yeah.
And they're all sitting there, and a green horse gets out, an unbroken horse gets out of the corral and jumps onto the putting green and just starts taking bites out of it and destroying it. And his family looks at the general. It was their father, but they called him the general. And he just said, "Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever saw in your life?" And they realized, wow, he's not the same guy anymore.
He's gone.
He's a different
He's
guy.
out.
Yeah, it's over.
We skipped one thing, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt was his fucking cousin. Was FDR's cousin.
Well,
it
and
was
their
Teddy.
uncle.
the
Teddy was
crazy
their
guy.
uncle.
Well, no.
Teddy was
her
Roosevelt's uncle.
Teddy was
Teddy was FDR's uncle.
cousin.
Well, he was like his
Older
but
cousin.
he was like a second cousin, the way that your father's cousin is your second
That
cousin.
crazy brother
Yeah.
was Teddy's crazy brother was her father. Was Eleanor's father.
Right. They were all related.
They were related.
Yes. And Teddy was his hero.
Yeah. Yeah, he even got those glasses when he was younger.
Yes.
It's pretty nice. And then he got to school. He went to school as a young boy, and he was just surrounded by his whole life. He was around rich adults. And then he got to school, and everyone started whooping his ass. Pretty fun. So now we're on Ike.
Ike, I don't know nothing about him except for that one story about the horse.
Dumb thing about him being called Ike was everybody in his family, him and his siblings were all called Ike.
Right.
And
Because it was his last name. Yeah.
No,
Ike. Yeah.
Eisenhower.
Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah, but Ike has nothing to do with it.
No, it
He
doesn't.
said he had no idea why he was called Ike.
No.
He said him and all his siblings were all called Ike. They would call each other Ike.
Right.
It was like they're like, hey.
Was he the one where it was Dewey wins, that thing that happened? There was that newspaper headline that said Dewey wins the election.
Was it? For some reason,
they
I thought
counted
that was
too quick.
For some reason, I thought that was always FDR holding that up.
I think it's FDR. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't know who all these also rans were.
Truman. Truman was holding it up.
Yeah.
So Truman got reelected.
That's right.
So now we're at Eisenhower.
So Eisenhower just running through it.
Whatever.
So then after, so Nixon was his vice president, and Nixon got in trouble when he was vice president because people said he was doing graft, that he was taking money already when he was a young. First of all, he was a senator and he was a pinko hating. Like he started.
Was he in California?
He started the whole Red Scare.
Yeah.
And he went after a lady who was a local beloved politician, and he called her the Pink Lady. It's the first time that they started this thing of pinkos, communists being pinkos. And she went on to star in the Beverly Hillbillies. She's the banker's assistant. I don't know if you ever watched that show, the Beverly Hillbillies.
No, I vaguely remember the intro.
She was like one of the stars of the Beverly Hillbillies. He called her the Pink Lady.
But wait, so Pinko comes from Pink Lady?
Yeah, he started this Pinko thing, and he called it the Pink Lady, and he hated communists. And there's a famous picture of him looking at a piece of microfilm that it was supposed to be documents that he found that were being stolen by communists. And, and they killed the Rosenbergs.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
But they had it coming.
What?
Didn't
No, they didn't do anything.
They didn't do anything?
They didn't do anything.
Wait a minute.
When the Cold War started to lift.
Anytime someone dies,
when the Cold War started to lift, the KGB said, by the way, the Rosenbergs, never heard of them. Like they gave us nothing. There was a giant red herring. We killed a married couple with children who didn't do anything ever.
They blamed the Rosenbergs for nuclear secrets, right?
Yes.
But they didn't do that.
No. And that's all. Nixon was really into that shit.
It'd be funny if they're like, we don't know anything about nukes.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
So Nixon becomes vice president. He gets in trouble. And so he gives a speech on television where he's sitting at a desk. It's called the Checkers speech, because he had a dog named Checkers who was given to his children. And they said it was a gift that he was supposed to register. You know what I mean? Like he was
Yeah.
taking gifts
For
from
the dog?
people pre-quo pro, whatever
Yeah.
you call it. And that the dog was an expensive dog given to his children. So he goes on TV and he tells his finances to the American people. And he says, and I'm an honest person. We didn't steal anything. And here's what happened. And he says, but there's been some comment about this dog. And my kids love that dog and we're going to keep it. And that was like this moment that people were like, all right, you're okay. But people never really trusted Nick to call him Tricky Dick because of way back then. So then he runs against Kennedy.
That's number 4. He gets
Yes. And first Kennedy was on the ballot. He tried to run
against Eisenhower.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And then he got to the convention and he was going to be, and I think Kennedy lost at the convention. It used to be the conventions where they picked the guy to whoever the fuck, Adlai Stevenson. No, he was his VP. I don't fucking remember how all this works.
Yeah.
I'm confused by it.
Sorry.
I think Adlai Stevenson was, I think Kennedy was supposed to, okay, I don't care.
Yeah.
So Kennedy and Nixon debate on television. Nixon
That's apparently,
When Nixon and
Kennedy's
Kennedy,
not the best looking guy. Everybody always is like, he's a hunk. You know what I mean? You know how I'm saying he's a hunk?
What did he just say?
Oh, he's got headphones. Oh, he is listening.
Okay.
He is listening.
Okay.
Sometimes he looks like a bit of a goat. Like he's got wide, weird eyes.
He has bedroom eyes, girls like that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he's a good looking guy. Him and Bobby were both good.
he's got me
dudes.
beat for sure. But
Yeah. Well, you beat? I don't know. You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy.
let me see him.
You're not handsome the way Kennedy was. I mean, that's
I
a
don't know,
handsome
dude.
face. That's a handsome man with that head of hair is unbelievable.
With that what of hair?
That head of hair.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore.
No, because somebody shot the back of it.
Who did though?
A lot of people,
Yeah, you think?
like 6 guys.
I think a lot of guys shot him in the head.
So many. They dug so
I
many.
think there were like
bullets.
4 people that shot him.
Somebody with a paper clip.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Wait, do you have
everybody.
any opinions on that? Do you believe it was the lone gunman, Lee Harvey?
I think you can take any event in human history and find an alternate version of it if you dig and dig and dig. And I think a presidential assassination is just so interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't have an opinion. I mean, I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
There
to
are some
think
weird
about and to read about.
It's fun to look into.
Of course,
'Cause
it
it
is.
seems-
the culture of it is like the greatest.
It seems kind of like something was up.
Yeah.
Was it because was he trying to end Vietnam? Or no, it had just kind of kicked off.
There's also the civil rights and all that stuff. He was ramming that down the throats of some guys, and I mean,
They offered him a false flag in Cuba, and he was like, "No."
right. I mean, it's crazy.
There's a lot of
what he did, what he fought against the states. You
Yeah.
know, like what's his name? The guy at college with the black kids coming in.
Yeah.
Standing there going, "You're not coming in here."
Yeah.
There's a great documentary that everybody should watch. That's about Robert Kennedy, who was he made his own brother the fucking attorney general, which is insane, and who was like 20. But he made him attorney general, and at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI, the guy
Hoover. Or no, J. Edgar. No,
J. Edgar
Yeah.
Hoover was the head of the FBI, and he had to work under this kid Kennedy.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of the tension in the country was about that. But anyway,
History hasn't been too kind to J. Edgar
no, it hasn't,
because he was gay.
Well, he was a cross-dresser.
That's why people don't like him.
Some people, I don't know which version of this kind of thing he was, but he
Yeah.
wore clothes of a womanly nature.
It's all gay to me.
I don't know that he had sex with men, but he wore women's
Yeah.
clothes. It's 2 different things. I don't know.
He dressed up like ladies, and then he would try to blackmail like MLK.
Yeah.
he would write him.
He'd be like
letters.
dressed in a woman's dress
Yeah.
with lipstick
He'd be
on
like,
the
"I know what
phone
he likes,
saying, I know what
fellas."
you've been up to, MLK.
You ever see that letter they wrote him? They wrote the FBI sent Martin Luther King a letter that was like, "You should fucking kill yourself.
Really?
We're gonna out you if you don't kill yourself in the next 30 days."
Were
Yeah.
they just trying to hurt his feelings?
No, they're trying to kill him.
It's just like in shitty text.
It's in
People get, it's like,
typewriter. They sent him a letter. I think
Dear Martin.
Loretta Scott opened it.
Wow.
And
Coretta Scott.
Heretta
Coretta Scott.
Coretta. That's it.
Loretta Scott.
Whatever. It's close. One letter.
Loretta.
And Loretta opened it.
Coretta.
Correct. And yeah, she was like, "What the fuck's this?" And he's like, "Fucking goddamn FBI is trying to."
Wow.
He got caught cheating. He's like, "Fucking FBI again."
Oh, I see. You mean
But
so
the
like
FBI, it
fucking
actually,
all these women.
but it actually was the FBI. He wasn't
Right.
lying. But man, that probably was a tough sell to
It probably was.
your lady. Be like, "This is
She's
the
like,
government.
this says you've been fucking all these women. He's like, but you're missing the
the
point.
FBI is trying to
The
kill
FBI
me."
is trying to kill me.
Yeah.
She's like, who's Louise?
Yeah.
Honey, this is history. They're going to talk about this later in podcasts.
Eventually, they killed him.
So Kennedy, here's a great Kennedy story. So Peter Salinger, I think his name was Pierre Salinger. He was a journalist who hung out with Kennedy a lot. So they're in Kennedy's in the Oval Office, and what Kennedy really liked bragging about was that he could get anybody on the phone ever. The White House operators could get any human being in the world. So he said to Pierre Salinger, "Give me a name. I can get him on the phone in 10 minutes." And he happened to know that Truman Capote was writing a book in the woods. He was like in a cabin in the woods, cut off, no phone, on sabbatical. And so he says, Truman Capote. And so Kennedy picks up the phone on the coffee table and says, "Yeah, give me a Truman Capote, please." And just hangs up, and then they keep talking. And in 10 minutes, he hears like they fucking got a helicopter and they lowered it. And yes, Mr. President. And so that's what he was like. He liked being president. He liked the fucking.
He was cool.
He was a cool president.
And Jackie
And the
was
thing
cool.
about him, and because Nixon and Kennedy's stories are just attached. Nixon was a nerd and Kennedy was cool. And it's another thing like Churchill and FDR that Nixon was always heartbroken that people just preferred Jack because he was a cooler guy. And there's a little story that's I think it's in Kennedy's, it's in Nixon's, what do you call it? In his library about how the two of them, when they were senators, they were sent to Philadelphia to debate. Like they used to do this. The Senate would say, they get a Democrat and Republican, you guys go up and debate the issue. So the two of them were in a sleeper car together because they're going overnight or whatever to Philly or some city where they had to be in a sleeper car. And Kennedy, and so Nixon suggested who gets the top because there's bunks. He says, let's flip a coin. This is the story. And then they flipped a coin and Kennedy won. That's why it's a funny story to people. It's the first time that they.
Yeah.
But I picture this story like a fly on the wall. They're in the sleeper car and Nixon's like, just nerd, packed a little suitcase.
Well,
and
how
Kennedy's
should we
been
decide
fucking,
this?
he's just fucking somebody.
Yeah.
Kennedy's hungover, good looking dude, smoking a cigarette. And he's like, I got to be with this fucking Nixon. He hates Nixon. And Nixon's like, so I guess we should flip a coin. And Kennedy's like, what?
Yeah, just do it.
Decide who's. Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
Yeah. And he won.
And he's like, well, you won. Okay, Dick.
Great. Get up. Get up there.
Nobody gives
Get
a
the
fuck.
fuck up there.
Yeah, you fucking loser.
Climb up there.
Yeah, so that was them. And then, so Kennedy gets shot in the head
Yeah.
and throat.
Yes. And
And
the bullet
dies
somehow hits the guy
of
in front of
AIDS.
him a little weird.
What?
And he did have AIDS.
Yeah, he died of AIDS. It's the first one. Yeah, also it kills the governor or paralyzes the governor. Or
I don't know.
fucking
Some guy from Texas also got shot.
Whatever.
That's another one they said today's medicine he would have made it.
Kennedy? With his head just empty.
His head
His
blew off.
emptied head.
Yeah. So then LBJ comes in.
Okay, so LBJ was a fucking fascinating dude.
No, hold on.
How long have we been at this? But
Yeah.
It's like,
They were exactly right on time. So let's do this.
yeah.
We're going to read some ads.
Okay.
All right. And then we're going to switch over to the Patreon for the last part. So join the Patreon if you want.
Why do you switch? Why do you make them go on Patreon?
That way,
That way, what?
it's good.
You need the money?
Yes.
Really? The
No,
ads
I don't.
and the Patreon? You're gonna make them listen to ads
Hold
and
on.
then switch to Patreon?
Hold on. This is look.
This is like when I watch a fucking fight on DAZN, which I pay for,
DAZN.
and there's a fucking ad between the rounds.
Hold on.
Is it subscription or is it fucking
Holy
ad?
shit, there's 3 ads. Hold on.
But you don't have to put this on Patreon. You don't have to. You don't need the
It's
money,
not for me.
Shane.
Matt
Gillis.
and Sean need it.
Matt's
got a family.
How much do you get for Patreon? How much really?
I'll tell you.
You tell me. How much
Right now?
do you think you'll make on this on Patreon?
If 1,000 people join
Yeah.
the Patreon, it's $5 a month.
It's $5,000 a month. And then you
Times
think they
12.
just stay there.
And then they like it. 'cause
But you
it's
think
good.
1,000 people will join your Patreon? 5,000 new people because of this?
I wish you would stop this. Guys,
I will
support the
pay
greatest
him
history podcast.
$5,000 a month
Guys,
to keep this content free.
this could be the greatest history podcast of all time, and thank Christ it's brought to you by Manscaped. Fellas,
Christian.
is your bush... oh my God, they're trying to write it like we talk. Fellas, is your bush in super gremlin mode? Manscaped, the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming, has the best tools for your John Hancock. Holy shit. Their Performance Package 4.0 is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off if you use promo code DRENCHED. This is a bit of a nightmare. Get the most precise... Dude, why are they doing this to me? I didn't write this. Get the most precise shave on your Ulysses S. Gooch with a waterproof lawnmower.
John Hancock wasn't a president, you
No,
fucking
he was
idiots.
not. There was
I
no
don't
reason-
doubt the product is whatever it says it is, but their
Oh
copywriters are
man, clear your holes with the wiki wild weed whacker, dude. Just stick to regular, please.
Manscaped is the president of unfunny.
There's a lot of stuff. Clean yourself up with the crop preserver, crop receiver skin. You spray stuff on your balls. Anyway, get 20% off plus free shipping with the promo code DRENCHED at manscaped.com. That's 20% off. Good Lord. After using Manscaped, your balls will be as golden as the Notre Dame football helmets. I don't know why they did that
It's
to
the
me.
worst day of my life now.
Hey, they're doing this. They changed it for all these. Yeah. Hey, also, we're brought to you by Sheath. If you listen to our show, you've probably got a huge dick. And you're probably sick of reaching down to get it unstuck from your balls. Thank God there's Sheath underwear. Sheath underwear keeps your balls off your legs. The idea for Sheath came from its founder, U.S. Army Robert Patton, during his second tour. Louis, second tour in Iraq.
Who?
The founder of Sheath underwear, Robert Patton.
Yeah.
And it worked for him. So it'll work for you. Support the show and support this awesome veteran-owned company like an American. God, dude. Go to sheathunderwear.com and use promo code DRENCH to get 20% off your first order. Everywhere that comes with Sheath Underwear is 100% money back guarantee. That's sheathunderwear.com. Holy shit. You want to read one?
No. Absolutely not.
We're brought to you by DraftKings.
You keep doing that, I'm just going to turn off these.
Yeah, that's fine. The NBA playoff action is nonstop at DraftKings Sportsbook, an original sportsbook betting partner of the NBA. What are you betting on, Sean? What have you won lately?
I should have bet on Cheeto Vera versus. This is.
It was such a mistake to try to do ads at the end
It's
of this.
okay.
He probably fucking hates us now.
I know. We look like fools.
You have no idea. There's never been a better time to get on DraftKings. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big day? Use DraftKings same-game parlays. You can do just that. Combine multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and boom, you've got a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers place the same-game parlay. Fuck it. 3 more legs, get free. Just bet money. Just gamble. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app.com. Download the sports app now. Use promo code DRENCHED. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game, and you get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code DRENCHED only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, if someone has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So we're going to switch over to the Patreon. That way we can get up to the modern presidents. And thank you for listening.
Wow, wow. Wicked wild. Wow, wow, West. Jim West, 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗶, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada.
Round 3.
The Wild Wild West.
And then again, and then again, and then again.
Here we go. Now this is either we'll decide later. This is you're either on the Patreon or this is free on YouTube.
Okay.
What we left off at LBJ.
So LBJ. So LBJ. First of all, there's an interesting tie-in. A person that ties together JFK, LBJ, and Nixon.
Is it my mother's cunt?
It's your mother's cunt.
Is it really?
No, it really wasn't.
Oh, God damn it.
No, there are some parts of history your mother's cunt did not figure into. There's only a few. But the person who's sort of that combines these three figures in an interesting way is Jackie O. Because, first of all, obviously she's connected to JFK because he fucked her.
Yeah.
But there's this great, first of all, and I've been to like every presidential library, not every, I've been to a lot. And Nixon's has this really weird artifact. They always have these artifacts, like the actual written. So there's these notes. It's a letter written by Jackie O to Nixon right after JFK was shot. Like it's one of the first things she did. And it's like on hotel stationery. And it's just in her hand, and it's many pieces, like little notepad pieces. She sat down and wrote a letter to Richard Nixon, because the thing with all these families is they all hung out together. So even if they were political enemies, like if Kennedy and Nixon are debating, Pat Nixon and what's her name and Jackie hung out. They were all their families traveled together.
Pat.
What's that?
His wife's name was Pat.
Patricia Nixon. Yeah.
Was she cute?
I mean, I don't.
Would you fuck her?
You know, ladies back then. Ladies.
Yeah.
She was a lady, with the hair.
Yeah. It just sucks. He's, the other cool guy has.
He was desperately in love with her.
He's got Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really loved her very much, Patricia. The story about her that I love is that Nixon, she was a librarian. There's a lot of stories about presidents that have this in their history. He went to the library and there was this beautiful Patricia, young librarian. And he would go in there and talk to her, been looking for the, Boswell's history biography. How to live with a huge cock. Yes. Yes, I just don't know how to do it. And one day he went in there and he said, I just came to tell you that someday I'm going to marry you.
Oh, man.
And Patricia said, no, you're not.
Yeah.
I have a boyfriend. He goes, okay. Who's this boyfriend? She goes, he lives in this town over, And he goes, how are you getting there? Are you going on a date? She goes, yeah, I have a date with him tonight. She goes, well, how are you getting there? She goes, I'm taking a bus. He goes, no, I'll drive. That's unsafe. So he would drive her to her dates.
Whoa.
And he would look after her. He's like, you're going to marry me someday. And so he just sort of was her friend, and he looked after her, and then he wore her down. Same thing with Truman and 𝗪cy. 𝗪cy, he wrote long letters to that we have now. And in one of the letters, he wrote and said, I want to marry you.
Yeah.
And she wrote back and said, geez, Harry, I'm just not, don't love you. I like you that way. And he wrote back and he said, I just want to thank you for not making fun of me when I asked you. So let's please remain friends. And they were friends for years.
And then he started killing
She was like, and she started looking at herself in the mirror and going, I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah.
And this dude might be something. So I don't know what went into it.
Who we were just looking at a guy. I was watching a thing on presidents before we left, and it is a theme where they try to get with a lady, and they're like, no, and then they're like, I'm just gonna be the fucking president.
I'm gonna be the best guy ever.
Yeah, it's what happened in. When you saw the movie Vice? It's my favorite part of the movie with Cheney.
We'll get to them.
Getting a DUI,
his wife.
Getting a DUI and getting a fight.
He was a fuck up.
And then she's like, "You're a loser. I'm gonna leave you." And he's like, "I'll become the greatest man of all time."
Well, she made him that. Made him that. But I'll get to that because I met that lady. So.
Wait, what was the story of the letter Jackie sent?
So Jackie, when John was dead, and she still got his blood on her pink dress. She didn't want to take it off. It was a nice fucking dress. She's like, I'm not going to wear this for one fucking day. She kept it on. And you know the thing that she had his brains in her hand? And she walked up to somebody in the operating room and said, does anybody need this for anything?
It's like an IKEA.
She had the president's brain in her.
Yeah.
And she was like,
I found this screw on the ground.
Yeah,
you guys might have missed some.
And they're like, oh, shit. That doesn't. She's like, is that important? They're like, yeah, it's pretty important.
That's his.
And they're like, she's like, you want to put it back in? They're like, no, you go ahead and eat it. And she ate his brain. It's true. It's true. You ever seen the autopsy photos? In the background, you can see her.
You can see Jackie stuffing one down.
Sweetmeats, whatever you call it. So she wrote. It just reminds me, and this isn't presidential, but this is one of the funniest things that Nick DiPaolo ever said to me. I know I made fun of him in the last one, so I want to praise him. I love the guy. It's like my brother. We used to live together, and I was telling him about this thing that I had heard about. The thing about Nick DiPaolo is that you tell him about something, and he finds the joke. So the thing I told him about was that there's somewhere in Asia they love monkey brains, and the best way to enjoy monkey brains is when they're still alive. So there's these tables with little like skull-shaped holes in them.
Yeah.
And they put the monkey up there and they cut the top of it and you just cut it open and you eat it with a little stylish fork. And I said this to Nick and he pretended to be one of those guys. He's like, I'm sending mine back. It's retarded. Like that would make it taste bad. This was retarded. I want my money back. Okay, so LBJ. So Jack's dead, and Jackie writes Nixon.
Yeah.
And she says, listen, I know that you're going to charge ahead and try to be president. Like, I'm thinking about you right now. With my husband dead, you're the first person I thought of, you and Pat and your family. And I think about what we've all sacrificed of ourselves in order to achieve these great historical moments and in order to be president. And I lost my husband to this. This killed him. And I don't want this to happen to you. You're a good man. You've got a good family. And I'm just saying, this is me saying now, cool it and take what you got and retire and be a family man because it's going to kill you too.
Yeah.
She wrote this to him.
Wow.
Great moment.
Wow.
Now, there's another thing. When LBJ was president, he was very much in love with Jackie. Everyone loved Jackie.
Yeah.
So LBJ loved Jackie, and there's a tape you can hear of him calling Jackie from the White House, drunk, in the middle of the night. You hear her like, hello? And he's like, Jackie, Jackie, God damn it, I love you, Jackie. And you hear her go, Mr. President?
Oh, what a betrayal, dude.
It's just beautiful.
What the
It's
fuck?
just beautiful. Jackie, I don't know what to do anymore. Mr. President? She's like, in a nice nightgown. Anyway.
Did you ever watch that movie recently with...
I couldn't, as soon as I heard her doing the accent, I'm like, it's just too much.
See, I never heard Jackie.
I don't like biopics. I don't like it so much. Yeah, not usually.
I'm trying to
anyway.
think. Yeah.
LBJ was I told you this story last time after we stopped, but the two stories I also read and saw in his library. One was that a Mexican woman who lived in his home district in Texas, her husband died. He was killed in World War II, killed in action, and his coffin was sent back to her hometown, and nobody would bury it because he's Mexican. None of the undertakers, none of the cemeteries would take his body because they're only white people. And so she wrote to LBJ, who was at the time her senator, and she said, is there anything you can do? I can't bury my war hero husband. He's just a regular fucking corporal who got shot, And so they have this letter, and then you see his reply. He says, I'm really sorry to inform you that I can't force those people to do something they don't want to do. And I know it's not enough, but all I can do is bury your husband in Arlington Cemetery with full honors. So that guy's in Arlington. So that's the kind of guy. Cool. And that's a quiet story of his. You know what I mean? He was a principled guy. He was a fucked up guy. He was weird. But that's something he did. And
Was he? I asked you this before, I think, but was he like? Because he got the civil rights thing going, right?
Yeah, he did. He
did the
passed
civil rights
everything.
bill.
He used JFK's death to pass everything on civil rights. It was always his intention. He was a integrationist guy. He was a guy who wanted an integration. He lived in Texas, and he was a Southern Democrat.
Yeah.
So he was pragmatic about it.
Was he a big guy? He was big, right?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was
I don't know why I
stocky.
think of him as big.
He was a farm guy. He was a real fucking country guy, and he did stuff like he had these dogs. And he would lift his dogs by the ears and show the press, look at my dogs. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Don't do that.
I guess that's my dog.
Dude, is there anything more unsettling when someone grips their dog up like that?
Yeah,
Like
I've never
by the
even
back
heard of that.
Well, just even
Back
grab
of
it
the
by the
neck,
back
one.
of the neck.
But
Like,
by the ear, he was like a hound, and he held him by the ear. Look at my dog.
dude, when it's not a puppy and someone grabs it by the back of the neck,
Oh, yeah.
it's like, dude, stop.
And also, he used to make a lot of his phone calls on the toilet. And he would have meetings on the toilet, like he made a lot of big decisions sitting on the toilet. And they'd talk to him, Mr. President, what do you want to do about Korea? And he's like, I don't give a goddamn or whatever, you know. and so Vietnam and all that stuff. And the thing about LBJ that to me is like an important thing is that he was an empathetic president. In other words, he felt when other people felt. Okay, this is my problem with some other presidents, is that they don't have that. They don't actually. There is a famous photograph you can find of him where one of his, I think it was his son-in-law, I think it was Chuck Todd, was who ended up being a senator from Virginia, turned into a real douche later, but he sent a tape of, he was a lieutenant in the army in Vietnam, and lieutenants were just like having to take platoons out and just get them all massacred. So he just sent a reel-to-reel tape to his father-in-law, the president, describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And there's a photograph of LBJ listening to this tape, and he's just got his glasses off and he's just sobbing because he knows that he's in charge of this. Yes,
To some
kept it
extent.
going. He still thought it was right, or he couldn't undo it. I don't know,
I think
but it made him feel
that's
a
the
lot.
conspiracies, though.
Well, I have my uncle is very retired. He's in his 80s, but he was a commander in the Navy, and he was a CB, kind of instruction battalion Navy. He was an engineer, and they went to Vietnam early when we were still. It was called they were just sending advisors, and so he was sent there to build for them, and he got a bunch. He went around to his Navy friends and talked them into going to Vietnam for this venture. It was not a war yet. And then it turned into a war under his feet. And all the fucking guys he brought over there got killed.
Mm.
And then he came back to the States and had to tell all their, apologize to their families. So like there's a lot of guys who were like in those command positions was just, they're in a war. you know? But so that was, so LBJ ran. So he took over for Jack, and then he ran in 64.
Yeah, I believe he did.
And he beat who? These are the guys I don't know who LBJ's vice
I
president
think he
was.
might have lost to Nixon his first.
No, he only ran once for president in 64. And technically,
Yeah, he served from 63 to 69.
yeah, so 64, who did he beat? Who was the Democrat? Who was the Republican nominee? Because Nixon sat it out. Nixon didn't run this time.
Barry Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater. Okay. So, but then when it got to be 68, this is another. He did tough things, LBJ. Like he took it on the chin.
I mean, Vietnam and civil rights are two of the biggest. I mean, that's crazy.
huge
That's what
conflicts.
He was,
And then he did something that no president has. Some presidents maybe have done, but the way he did was very dramatic, which was that in 68, he just knew he didn't have the confidence of the people anymore. He knew that he had to face, it was a very Nixonian moment. He had to face that he had lost the confidence of the people and that he wasn't popular anymore and everything was fucked. And so he made this speech where he said, I will not seek, nor will I accept my party's nomination for a second term as president. Like he declared, I'm not running a second time. That's fucking rare.
Yeah.
That's rare. Most guys just do it because you're supposed to. When I worked at Conan, at Conan's show early, I was a writer for Conan the first 2 years. We did one bit that I love. It was my favorite bit we ever did. It was just new inventions. It was just weird inventions. So one of them, and it was one that I wrote. It was a machine that it's a big belt that you wear, and then there's a probe in your ass. And when you fart, so you're not embarrassed by the smell, by the sound.
Yeah.
Instead of your fart, you hear that speech. So we had a guy like there, and he farts, and you hear, "I will not seek, nor shall I accept." Anyway, so LBJ didn't run again, and in '68, and then that's when everything fell apart. Bobby ran and was running away with the nomination.
Yeah.
And then he got shot in California.
Yeah.
Replaced by McGovern, who nobody liked, and Nixon ran against McGovern.
How close to the election did Bobby get shot?
It's a good question. It was California primary. He was there he'd been winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, so it was in the primaries.
It was in the primaries.
Yeah.
And
what was the name of the guy who shot him? It was like something
Sirhan. Yes, and there's a picture, a famous picture of him laying there, and there was, so if you look at the picture, there's a guy holding him. You see that guy holding his head?
Yeah.
He's a busboy, a just Mexican busboy working in a hotel. And it was in the kitchen, like he had just made a speech, and he was coming through. Just to back up for a second with Bobby, because Bobby was an incredible guy. Bobby had a fluid mind of a crackling brain. Like he was like, John was, moved slow and made careful moves. And Bobby was passionate, When my mother, when I first got an iPhone, first time I'd ever held that thing, I took it to my mother's house, and my mother was a computer programmer, but this item was like, she's like, it's a phone. And I go, name any image or moment, recorded moment.
That's what she went with?
What's that?
And that's the one she went with?
Just no, let me finish. I said, name any recorded moment in history.
Yeah.
And she said, when Martin Luther King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was about to have a rally, give a speech at a rally of all black people. It was a black audience, like in some city. And he got the news, and he had to tell the audience that MLK had been assassinated. And he, off the cuff, said some things about it and gave a speech, which was very moving. And I just went, fucking RFK, MLK.
Yeah.
And played it for her, and she was like, wow. What is happening? Yeah,
that's awesome. So, I thought, I was close with my guess. I thought your mom was gonna be like, if I could see anything in the world right now,
it would be him.
Show me him dead on the ground.
He's show me that mother.
I'd like to see it
with blood on his face. So he was shot coming out of they were taking him through the kitchen. Sirhan shoots him. And this busboy is the one who catches him. It just was in a melee of people. So a guy who had nothing to do with anything, senor. So he's got Kennedy's head in his lap, and he looks down at him. And he never spoke about it. Like he wouldn't. Press used to ask him. He just refused to talk about it because he felt the moment was very personal. But he finally, I think I might be dead, but I saw an interview with him where he said what happened. Which is that Bobby said, he just asked him, do you have a rosary? He knew he would because he's fucking Mexican. He said, do you have a rosary? And he did. And they gave him a rosary, and he basically took his last rites.
Holy shit.
He gave Bobby a shot at a Catholic little death.
Damn.
Sirhan went to prison. I think he's still alive. I think he's still in prison. So he shows up in a great book by the guy who invented profiling in the FBI, the guy who invented criminal profile.
Okay.
Richard Kessler or something like that. This guy wrote this book. He was the first guy in the FBI to come up with the idea of figuring out why killers do what they do. They didn't used to do that.
The guy from the Mindhunter show?
Yeah. Yes. I don't know. He invented this thing.
Yes.
So And the book is great because the book starts with a guy who murdered a serial killer who killed somebody in in Sacramento somewhere in some neighborhood, killed a lady, went in her house, killed a lady, and then killed another lady the next day. And so they flew this guy in who had become famous for this. He took one look at the murder scene. He said, "You're looking for a white man in his 40s who has a big beard. He's living in his car that's filled with newspapers and trash from McDonald's. And if you don't catch him, he's going to do this every day." And they went and found the guy exactly on that. So then when that guy was caught, he did the next part of his job, which was he interviewed him to find out, because these guys love talking. And he asked him all the questions so they understand these guys better. And he asked the guy, "How did you pick your victims?" That's a key thing that in finding out how they're going to pick the next one. And he said, "I would just go to any house, and if the door was unlocked, I'd kill anybody in there." So it wasn't like she looked like my mom.
Yeah.
And so he said, "I'm putting this in the first chapter to just tell you, you're going to just lock your doors. Please lock your door."
Yeah.
Okay, so that guy.
It's funny to just ruin the profiling thing.
Yes.
He's like, "Oh no, I don't."
No, if the door's unlocked.
What are you talking about?
If you're dumb, I'll kill you. But anyway, all of that, I know I'm getting away from presidents.
No,
The point is, that guy, once he learned this thing of like talking to the guys, he realized we have all the most notorious killers in federal prisons. I want to go talk to them. And he couldn't get permission because everyone in the FBI said that's macabre and it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
So then he realized, why am I asking it? Just go to a federal prison, show him he's like a gold FBI badge.
Yeah.
So the first guy he talked to was Sirhan.
Wow.
He shows up and he just says, "I want to see him." And Sirhan comes.
Was he like, "The kitchen was
"Who are
unlocked"?
you?"
He said the kitchen was unlocked. I didn't even know who the fuck that guy was.
So he didn't ask. I don't know if he asked him that question, but he talked to Sirhan for a couple hours, and it was a dead end. He just he rambled, and he talked about his conspiracy, what he thought was, why he did it. He has a weird story that he thinks why he did it, and he didn't learn anything. And he thought maybe this isn't a good idea. He was about to give up on the science of this, and then right before Sirhan left, he stopped and he took off his shirt because he works out in prison, and he goes, "Hey, what do you think of Sirhan now?" And he showed his muscles, and he went like, "Oh, he's fucking vain. He's vain. He wants people to look at him." And that unlocked, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So like that Hannibal Lecter thing, what does he do? He kills women. No, that's incidental.
Yeah.
What is the point of the guy? So anyway, that's Sirhan. Kill Robert Kennedy.
Sirhan's got to be dead, right?
I don't
When
think
was it? That was
he
60.
still goes out for parole every few years. And,
They gotta let him out. Oh, he's got a couple years, dude.
yeah.
He's the best is the guy who shot. Oh, well, I guess we'll get to him.
Well, Mike Sweeney, comedian, did the best joke ever. He wrote for Conan for years, but he was a great stand-up. And I'm saying his name, so I think I can steal his joke. Mike Sweeney. He used to do a joke about her Sirhan at his first parole hearing. He said, "I think if Robert Kennedy was alive today, he would say that I should be let go." And he goes, "Boy, just of all the bad luck, the one guy who would have stuck up for him, turns out it's the guy he shot." Anyway, Sirhan kills Robert Kennedy, and Democrats go to the fucking convention in Chicago. Richard Daley and the fucking yippies show, and then we had another time like this, far way out left yippies making a noise and wanting it to be a riot at the Democratic National Convention, not the Republican. They're like Nixon. There's another time like that it was like, yeah, we all know Nixon's a dick, but let's fuck with the Democrats. Let's go after the liberal side of things. And there was gas,
there's horses running
fucking
over people.
Insane. So it was like the Democrats came across as this fucking chaotic bunch.
Yep.
They end up with McGovern and nobody gives a fuck. It's just this bad sort of like fucking the Democrats represent chaos and drugs and all this stuff. And there wasn't a thing of like, let's get together behind McGovern to beat Nixon. That just was not going to happen. So Nixon fucking finally, after all those years of his long life in politics, having been vice president for fucking Eisenhower, having been a senator and during the McCarthy hearings, all this stuff, he ends up being president of the United States in 1960. And he gets the people, he does the moral majority, the people that, or what do you call them? The silent majority. The silent majority.
Still
and all the guys in hard hats who hated hippies. And he counted on that. and it won, and he won.
Yeah, it's coming again. We're doing the same thing.
Same thing.
Exact same thing.
Same thing. So then you get to Nixon through 4 years, and he gets to 72. Now
I have a question. Was the press gay back then, like they are now? Were they like totally like?
Well, it was a different bunch. You got like Dan Rather and fucking, I mean, I'm forgetting all these guys' names.
It was
I used
never
to
this
watch these
partisan,
guys.
though, right?
No, because there was the CBS News, which was Walter Cronkite, and there was NBC and ABC. That was the news. Was you chose between three dudes. And there was David Brinkley, and they had Meet the Press. They had some stuff they even still have now.
Yeah.
But it was the press was centralized. There wasn't this sort of like, the written press was pretty out there. But the TV news was what everybody was really following. And so everyone watched the same news. And then we argued. So it was different. And you never had a sense that the press, to answer your question, no, they really weren't gay. Shane, I don't agree with using gay that way. He's even making me sound gay because I'm so upset with him. My God. So, well, like Cronkite. Cronkite was a picture.
It's funny to actually be gay when you're being gay.
It's the best.
Like to be mad about something. Get a coaster for that.
Stop it. Stop it. Especially this angry gay. Stop it. Shane.
What's more terrifying?
No, that would be if you had two gay dads. There would have been one who's like, Shane, just don't make him mad. Shane, what the fuck are you saying to him? Shane.
They could be the most terrible. That's the most scary, getting yelled at
by your gay dad.
I
knew a gay. I knew a number of gay dads and two moms when I was raising my kids. A lot of their friends had gay dads, and I saw it's the same as any other stereotype. There are many kinds of heterosexual parents. There are soft-hearted, useless heterosexual parents. There are distracted, narcissistic, I think I can change my kid's life parents that are heterosexuals. And there's just fucking like, got it, gets it, doing the tough work heterosexual parents. And it's the same in my experience with gay moms and gay dads. I've known gay dads who are just like hard tack fucking, I'm not fucking this up.
Yeah.
But also I know it's his life. That like, I've known so many kinds, but they all sound like this. But anyway, not really.
Kick the ball.
Not
Kick
really,
it,
but it's
Tyler. Go.
It's more
At the
fun.
fucking T-ball.
Well, that's
game.
what it is. Straight dads sound like.
Yeah.
But so,
Gay dads are great.
gay dads are great. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Walter Cronkite has two great moments that show you what the press was back then. There's the moon landing, and there's Kennedy getting killed. These, and again, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can see both of these. So the moon landing is just they show the fucking footage of Neil touching down, which didn't happen. They never landed on the moon. And then they cut to Cronkite.
What's his name? That was
What's
your
that?
boy. That was Kubrick, dude. He did the moon landing.
Kubrick did the
Yeah.
That's why they gave him all the lenses. Yeah,
Yeah.
he used the lenses for Barry Lyndon. It's true. Barry Lyndon is a great movie by Stanley Kubrick, and it takes place in like the 1600s, and he wanted it to look like that, so he used no electric lights, but he needed lenses that drink a huge amount of light, and he got NASA to give him moon lenses.
So he did do the moon landing.
Yes, nobody's ever been on the moon. Nobody's ever been on the moon. 100%.
You see there's some clues in The Shining.
Huh?
There's clues that
About
he
the
did
moon?
it. Yeah.
I don't believe this. I think they went to
But, we'll see.
But
No, I think somebody was trying to argue that in like some Chinese astronomy, they found they satellite images of where people landed.
yes.
And they're like,
and,
why would we help cover this?
By
up?
the way, they went up like 20 times. It's not
Yeah.
even that big a deal. But so Cronkite, when they landed on the moon, you just cut to him and he's got this big childish grin on his face. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, this is a marvelous moment. He just reports, and Neil has landed. A man has landed on the moon. He says the facts, but he's got you can see the feeling, but he doesn't say it. And then the other moment that is just devastating is when Kennedy dies. He says, he gets the report, he gets it in his hand, and he says, President Kennedy has died. He died at 12 o'clock, and he takes off his glasses to look at the clock above him because he's reading. To look at the clock above him, and says, and that's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He just reports that Kennedy has died and reports the time, and he looks at his local clock, and then he puts his glasses back on, and he goes,
sports.
And he just swallows. Vice President Lyndon Johnson is to be sworn into. And there's this moment between where he's taking in that the president of the United States is dead, which, without even thinking about who it was just horrible. Yeah. And then that he probably knew him, you know? So, but that was he didn't grandstand. You know, you watch the news now and they're just like, you know, and they're just feeling shit.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. They are not supposed to, you know, like when I worked for Letterman, the Yankees were in the World Series. And I got caught up in it, and because I'm a New Yorker, I'm a Boston guy, but I just got caught up in it. It was fun. So we took Larry Bud Melman, this character that Letterman had, to the game and interviewed the players. And then I got to be in the press box during the game. And me and a friend of mine who was a writer were sitting there watching the game, and we're cheering when the Yankees hit. And then we look and everyone's staring at us like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't cheer in the press box. Like, it was like, we're all fans of something, but shut the fuck up. I think that shit's gone. I think that's all really
certainly
gone. But anyway, so Nixon serves.
Also, one more thing about Kennedy, dude. Why go to the moon? It's probably my favorite speech.
We do things.
Why? Yeah. We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Because it's hard, yes.
Dude.
And he also, in one of his speeches about them, he had a great joke.
In there he goes, why does Rice play Texas? That gets me every time. I'm just like, dude, why are they playing? They get fucking killed every year.
That's right.
And they're still doing it.
Yes. Kennedy also had a great parable he used to tell. There's a lot of speeches that are lost because a lot of these guys, they didn't record every speech. But one of his, he liked telling jokes about Irish guys. So did Reagan. They had that in common. They both used like Patty jokes.
Yeah.
So he tells a story during his moon mission, when trying to get the money and the country behind the moon. And he talks about these 3 Irish guys walking along the leas of whatever, you know, who were just crossing the great green grasses of Ireland. And then they get to a stone wall. And they go, should we climb the wall? Or should we go turn back and go home? And one of them takes his friend's hat off his head and throws it over the wall and says, I guess we're going. So that was part of Kennedy's thing. It's not that good.
No,
but anyway,
that's cool.
So, and then Nixon's president when they land on the moon. And there's in his library in Yorba Linda, California, where he was born and raised, and the little house that he was born in is there at the library. There's a phone, which is the phone that he talked to the moon on. It's the White House. They took the White House phone that he made. It's just a fucking beige phone with a big white button and a big red hold button. I don't know if he put them on hold, but he, talked to, well, it's just wonderful that you're up there.
You're up on the moon.
You're up there, and Jack is dead. Fuck him. And
nothing could stop me now.
Yeah, no. So he was president when that happened, and so 68 turns into the 72, and now the country's really fucking changing. Everything's in color now. The TV's in color. Everything's, hippies are starting to get old.
Yeah, they're starting to wash out a little.
Yes.
What's sadder than that?
2 things happened to the hippies. First of all, they killed a bunch of them. They killed a bunch of their leaders. But they also got the drugs started to take a bad effect. They went from mind liberating pot to fucking heroin and cocaine, which are dark drugs. They became dark
evil
high.
hippies.
Yes, and then some of them grew up and had families and wanted to be rich. So, and there's another thing you can find on YouTube that's great are the debates between Abby Hoffman and Rubin. He was Jane Fonda's husband, and he was a congressman eventually. But he was one of the Jerry Rubin, I think his name is. He was one of the yippies. He's one of the he was a wicked radical. And he used to be one of those guys, we're not taking his shit anymore.
Yeah.
And the president, come here and kiss my fucking ass.
Yeah.
And Abby Hoffman had
And then
the
he
best.
became a congressman.
Yes. Abby Hoffman said the N-word constantly during speeches because he would just be with a bullhorn and talking about fuck you. And he was like really inappropriate. And he was really a lit up nut,
Yeah.
Abby Hoffman. Him and Jerry Rubin they were like the East Coast, West Coast hippies. Later, Jerry Rubin became a huge capitalist. He became a yuppie. That's where the term yuppie came from. And the two of them debated. They traveled together to different universities, and they would debate their generation's new predicaments of, do we keep the fight going of trying to get out of wars and trying to be Democrats and trying to liberate this country? And the other ones were like, we got to grow up, and we got to. And what Rubin was saying was, we need a candidate. We need to win an election. So we need to go to the center, and we need to talk to big business and small business, and we need to talk about being a practical, because that's the liberal dream. And this became Clinton. This is where Clinton came from from the hippies saying, okay, we're not going to just protest our whole lives and be these losers. At one point, they had a huge amount of power.
Yeah.
In Vietnam, they had a lot of power. They held this vigil around the Lincoln Memorial. And I mean, think of the time, because MLK gave this speech there and they fucking shot the guy. And I remember being at the Lincoln Memorial with my kids and saying that this spot, the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, is it's a place you can really understand American history from. Because you look that way, you see Washington, and that was the creation of our country, right? And then you see the Capitol, which was the growth of this legislature. But there was Washington, which was the creation of the country and revolution. And then there was Lincoln, who kept it together as a union, who that was the second step. Yeah, we're our own country, but also, even if millions die, we need to be a union. Okay, that's what Lincoln did. And then who stood here and made this place even important for a new generation? And MLK stood there, and there was a sea of people, and he had to fight for, inside of that union that Lincoln preserved, that Washington started. He said, we have to fight for our rights in here. He was the first one to say there's a civil way to fight for, to push for our rights legally and through quiet, through nonviolent resistance. So this is a huge place.
It's firing me up, dude.
Right?
This
country has
fucking
an
cool, man.
incredibly romantic history. And there's another way to look at all of this, apparently, but this is the way that I was taught it, and I see it again as a story. So, but then after he'd been shot, and all that became rubble, like that, all that was pushed aside, and now that we're in a fucking melee war, Nixon's president. It feels like forever. It just feels like Nixon's never not going to be president. He was a psychotic. He's taking drugs. He's drinking a lot. He was so racist. He was like, there's tapes of him saying about Italians. He's like, I don't like Italians. They smell different. He says that on tape. And
He was right.
well, depends on if they've been cooking. But so Nixon, so the mall and the memorial is just besieged by strung out hippies, students, and veterans who came home from the war and hate the war now, and have Ron Kovic and all these guys in wheelchairs going, what the fuck did I do this for?
Yeah.
This certainly isn't World War II. What are we winning here? When is this war going to end? And it was just a mess. And in the middle of all that, in the middle of the night one night, Nixon got in his limo and drove into the middle of that. He went to the Lincoln Memorial. Do you know this?
No.
There's footage of this too. He was looking out his window. You fucking kids. The fuck did they know? But it was breaking his heart.
Yeah.
Because even though he had the hard hats, and even though he had the silent majority, just like now, nobody wants the silent majority. People want the cool people to like them. Twitter is like 39 people and 60,000 bots. It's very few people. It's a bunch of kids that are fighting and saying this extremist shit, and the huge vast amount of the liberal part of this country is not into any of that. But nobody's satisfied with just knowing that the average person gets it, and that when you really deal with human beings on a real level, they're going to do the right thing. I believe that. I have a lot of confidence in human and American, just the way we are as people. But these folks that yell and scream, they really get people want them to like them. And so Nixon, even though he was winning by a landslide everywhere, he's looking out that window and he's looking at those kids, because it's your kids. It's like if everybody likes you, but your kids think you're a piece of shit, it just eats at you. It just destroys you. And so he got in the limousine, and he drove into the middle of the protesters, and he got out and he talked to them. And it's just this footage of him talking. He's in his stupid suit. And they're like, man, you don't get, man, you're just you're like an imperialist piece of shit, man. And he's like, well, I understand your point, but I mean, do you just think we just give up? I mean, what happened to this country? And they talked. They really talked. I don't know what it did to him, but he did get us out of that war.
You ever see? Yeah.
Nixon did pull us out of that war. Now, he did it in a way that is horrible, which is that he bombed Cambodia. And this is the story that I heard, is that he had this very specific strategy, which was he starts bombing Cambodia, which came out of nowhere. It was like, what? And then he let it.
But wasn't Cambodia was where they had the Ho-Chi-Minh Trail, right?
I don't know.
I think they knew they could use Cambodia. Like, they were using these trails in other countries.
Right, but still, it was a country we had no right. Yeah. We were not at war with Cambodia, but we were bombing Cambodia as if it would be like if people were escaping to Canada and we were like, so fuck it. Or if Canadians were at war and some of them escaped into the States, and whatever the other country was just started bombing fucking Wisconsin. Like, dude, you can't just do that. And so many people were getting killed. And Nixon, what he did is he let it be leaked that no one could get in touch with him, like that his aides were trying to tell him to stop bombing, and that he cut off communication, and was that he wanted them to think he'd gone cuckoo. And that's how they got the Vietnamese to the table and got a peace. It wasn't a good peace, but they left.
Oh, he faked that he was nuts?
That's what I heard.
That's good.
I don't know.
Well, that's history. That's how you hear history.
Google, I don't know.
But it's another thing about the Vietnam. I feel like Eisenhower, when he left, was like the military-industrial complex. That was Vietnam.
Yes.
That was, and that got us to now. I was like, oh, now we pulled out of Afghanistan. Where are these guys going to get their money? Mm-hmm. Hey, $33 billion to Ukraine. Like, it's just nonstop.
Well, that's the other side. You have your political left that has more power than they do people, right? Yeah. Because they're captivating people's anxiety. But then on the other right, you have all these people that are doing fucked up things. Yeah. That also are untouchables. And there are only a few people with just a little bit of interest, a little bit of money, and so they're making all this crazy stuff happen.
That's jumping ahead.
I don't know much about it, but anyway. But so Nixon,
but it seems to me if you speak out against it, you get shot in the head or Watergated.
Yes,
which is kind of what's happened. I could be wrong.
Yes,
that seems to be the underlying theme. Like, he got out of that war, and then they couldn't shoot him in the head.
I don't believe in conspiracies, but what I do believe is that there's a shift in the hive mind of America, so that if certain people that get in a position where they're in trouble, like Nixon did, the next person he goes to is going to be like, nah, man. Like, you don't know where it's going to come from. Yeah. Like this story I heard about Caligula. Caligula was a terrible leader who was an absolute leader because everybody behind him had built the emperorship of Rome into a huge thing. You couldn't touch the emperor. He was like a god. Yeah. And Caligula made himself a god.
And then a crazy guy took him.
He was insane. Caligula was insane. And
did he have his horse in the Senate, or was that
he made a horse in Senate?
That's pretty sick.
And so Caligula, one of the emperor's duties each day is to give the watchword to the head of the army, and the watchword is like the code word for the whole Roman army for the next week or whatever it is. So somebody asks him, "What do you want to be the code today?" And it was the head of the army, this guy who was like his bodyguard. And he thought it was funny, so he'd say, "Give us a kiss." He wanted everybody to have to say, "Give us a kiss." And so that all the Roman guards would have to say each other, "Give me a kiss," in order to like pass one guard to the next. And it was that guy that killed him.
Yeah, that guard.
It was that guard who was just like, "You fucking shivved him
Just,
like
you
the
know what,
fucking
just-
American meat."
It is funny when those guys do get killed.
Yeah.
Anytime a dictator gets killed, I mean, it's sad. It's always sad to watch. Like Gaddafi was sad.
It was really sad.
Gaddafi was sad.
Yeah, he's just with the blood.
Yeah,
And
Saddam was.
Saddam
People
is hanging.
screaming.
Some guys were screaming. And he looks at one of them and he goes, "Shut up." It's true. You see him coming and he's grumpy. He's like, "This is such bullshit." He's not like, "Oh," that's what everyone's fantasy is. He's like, "Oh, I wish I had."
Yeah.
But he just comes in and some guy screams
Everyone's-
and he goes, "Shut up."
Just
And
a
then they
room of
kick the
dudes
fucking-
yelling.
Kick the bench away and he hung.
He must have been so pissed on 9/11.
Yeah.
He probably was watching TV just like, oh,
You guys,
fuck,
that's
don't
gonna
fuck
be
with
me. Okay, so
Nixon. I don't know shit about Ford or Carter.
okay, so Nixon resigns. I will resign the presidency.
So wait, I don't even understand Watergate.
So Watergate was it started as a very simple thing, which was there's some guys Nixon had a committee, the committee to reelect the president, which is CREEP. CREEP was literally their acronym. So CREEP sent some burglars to the Democratic National Committee's office, which was in Watergate Hotel. Watergate Hotel is in like a complex of office buildings. And they stole some papers from there. And this kind of shit was happening a lot. But Nixon was on drugs, paranoid, had a list of enemies. He just went. His thing came apart. Is really what happened.
Yeah.
These guys took some papers. It wasn't a big deal, but he immediately tried to control it because he was like, "We're quashing this. We're killing this, right?"
Yeah.
And somebody said, "Well, we got this guy. If he talks, we're all fucked." And Nixon says, "What does he want?" And they have them on tape. Somebody says he'll do it for $1 million, and he says, "Can we get the $1 million?" And it's Nixon saying that was like the smoking gun. Was like, "We'll give him $1 million if he wants it." Like,
"We'll give him $1 million. What are you talking about?
If you're president, you can't say that out loud. It's
Yeah.
crazy. But he had too much. He wasn't delegating enough, and so one by one, the investigative reporters at the time were really diligent, and they turned against a lot of pressure. They turned guy after guy after guy down until finally they got the guys close to him, and he didn't have. He knew
Is the guy they were going to pay is that Deep Throat?
Yes,
That's the.
well, no.
Or is that just the
Deep Throat
whistleblower?
is a guy who was in the system, who just who saw everything that was going on,
Okay.
and was leaking it. It's just one of the dumb burglars, one of the guys, and there was this guy G. Gordon Liddy involved, who was a weird CIA guy who used to
Yeah.
put his finger over a candle and burn it, and fucking
Like,
psycho.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It's like
Liddy is a great guy to look up. G. Gordon Liddy. So Nixon knew that if they impeached him, they had the votes. That's another time where things were. I want to go back because there's a guy I remembered now. Which is one of my not countrymen, but citymen from Boston is Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House for many, many years. And he was Speaker, I think, during Nixon, but he was during Kennedy. So he was a Boston politician, and so was Kennedy. And there's just going to tell you this one story about Tip O'Neill.
No.
So Tip was worked with Kennedy in Boston for years, and there was some shifty guy named Patty O'Brien or something, some shifty Irishman who would, every time they had like a big banquet or something, he'd always get in there and be like, "Hey, how you doing, Tip?" And he's like, "How does Patty O'Brien get in everything?" And he was at Kennedy's inaugural, Tip, and he was Speaker of the House, so he was really close to the front.
Yeah.
But Patty O'Brien was had better seats than him, and he saw Kennedy walking up to take his speech, and Patty threw his hand up and And he saw Kennedy look at him.
How the fuck are you here?
And like a year later, he was at some big event for Kennedy, and they were showing footage from him and taking the oath of office. And he asked Kennedy, "What were you thinking when you were becoming the president?" And he said, "I got to be honest with you, I was thinking, how the hell did Patty O'Brien get those seats?"
That's awesome.
Tip O'Neill wrote a book called Man of the House that's fucking so entertaining because it covers all these guys that he served with. Okay, Nixon. So he's
out.
Gerald Ford is a really weird president
Yeah.
because he didn't want to be president.
He was
ever.
just Nixon's vice president.
He wasn't even just Nixon's vice president. He was the Senate Majority Leader.
Oh.
He was just a senator
Wait,
from Michigan with no interest in being a fucking
Who was
president.
Nixon's VP?
Spiral Agnew.
And he got ousted.
He
with
got
him?
thrown out because he was a fucking crook.
Yeah, he was with him.
They got rid of Agnew and they're like, just get Ford. I think Ford just filled in. He had he was like, what? I'm vice president? I don't want to be fucking
That
vice
came
president.
out of nowhere, too.
And yes, out of nowhere, suddenly he's vice president. And now suddenly he's the fucking president.
Yeah.
So now he's the president of the fucking Republican Party, and Nixon. This is just a massive trauma to the country, and I remember it. I remember Nixon, and Watergate was like a huge part of my youth. Now, when I grew up, when I was a kid, I lived in Mexico, and from when I was, I know, like I'm aware that's like not
Pennsylvania
Cool.
crushes Mexico.
yes.
You guys are dying to get to PA, dude.
Yes.
We occasionally go down there
Yes.
and get sunburned.
That's right.
All right, so you're down in Mexico.
I'm in Mexico. And I moved. I was a baby when my parents moved to Mexico. My dad's Mexican. And then my parents, when I was about 7, moved to Boston, outside of Boston. And I remember coming to America. I remember my first memories were in Mexico in the 70s. So you think Mexico's bad now. In the 70s, it was like my mom only made carnation milk with powder because the milk was always rotten because there was no refrigeration, was just not good. It was it was a hot place. It was also beautiful. My memories are very beautiful from Mexico and still are. It's a wonderful country.
Yeah, of course.
Which is, and the thing is, they work really hard there, but their government is crazy corrupt and always has been. Like Mexico could be Japan with different organization. Yeah. Like that's how hard they work and for how many hours. But so I lived in Mexico when I was a kid. And then we moved to America, and coming to America, which was like this shiny country full of cheerful people where all the floors are straight, like it's right angles, air conditioning, and just a cleanness and an honesty, and the idea that when they told me about like the president, like that it's a democracy. Mexico was a democracy, but everybody knew it was corrupt. And I got obsessed with the idea of the president of the United States. That's where it became a thing to me. And the president at the time was Nixon. And I cut a picture out of him out of the paper, and I taped it up next to
Nixon?
my bed. Yes, I loved Nixon.
you
When I was a
love
little
Nixon.
kid, I was so about Richard Nixon. And I wrote a letter to my abuelita, my grandmother.
Yeah.
And I sent her a picture of Nixon and said, "This is the president of the United States. He's the greatest
He's the
man,
fucking
greatest
man.
man in the country.
He's so cool.
He's the best man." I didn't know a single thing about him. And he had this serious face. And I had a dream. It's the first dream I remember. I don't know if you remember dreams from when you were a kid at all. You
Yeah.
ever had a dream that you still remember?
I'm not sure that I do.
So I remember one dream. I was in my bedroom was in the front of our house. So you looked out at the front of our house, and I was asleep, and it was like a Sunday morning. And I heard a band, like a marching band. And I looked outside, and it was Nixon, like walking up my street. Just no spectators.
Yeah.
Just him walking up, followed by a marching band. Boom, 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 boom. And I came out on the front yard. We had this walkway, and he got down on one knee, and he said, "Louis." And I ran into his arms.
What the fuck? Damn, you love Nixon.
I loved him so much.
Damn.
Isn't that crazy? I've never told anybody that. You
How
know that?
heartbroken were
I've
you?
never told anybody that in my life. And so,
Lord.
Lord.
Like, senor.
And it's funny. There's only
Presidente, senor.
the idea of his joy, because Nixon was such a miserable man that his joyful side was very rare. There's only one time I've ever seen it on film, and it's when he's playing piano. He's in a tuxedo, and I think he's at his daughter's wedding. And he was a concert pianist. He was very good. And he's playing piano, and he plays some big crescendo, and he's got this big dumb grin on his face. And I think maybe I had seen that because that's the only that grin. Every time I see it, I'm in that dream. So, but my parents saw that I had these pictures of him next to my bed, and they were like, "He's not a good
He's
guy.
not that great."
He's not," because Watergate was happening. And every night, my parents were sitting in front of the TV, this little fucking color TV, watching Watergate, watching the hearings, and it was like, shh,
And you're
it was
like, "How's it going?"
Yeah, I'm like,
How's my guy
how's
doing?
my boy going?
How's he doing?
Yeah. I'm like, fucking Ed Muskie, fuck you.
And they're like, he's crying. He's on
Yeah.
TV crying.
Yes.
You're like, shit.
Yeah, and then I remember watching live. There's the two things I remember that were like national events. I remember Walter Cronkite saying that America and Russia had just done something called Apollo-Soyuz. We had Apollo spacecraft going around, and they had Soyuz capsules. And one night they met, like they saw each other. It was an accident. And they thought, what if we could dock? So they went home and they started this project, Let's Dock. This is back in the 70s, in the middle of the Cold War. So they built a dock, and they had to do it together.
Yeah.
The Russian and the American space program. And then they went up in two separate rockets, found each other in the middle of space, and docked, and then drank vodka and shook hands and hung out.
Christ.
And Walter Cronkite told me on tells the only one up watching TV, and he said, if the Apollo-Soyuz capsules are flying over North America, and if it's clear where you are in the Northeast, if you look up, you might see them passing overhead. And I went outside and I laid on my on the grass for hours, and I saw. He said it would be a red light and a white light blinking together. And
Did you see it?
Saw it.
Oh man.
So that and watching Nixon resign.
How pumped were you?
With the Apollo-Soyuz thing, I mean, still, it lives for me. And Nixon's resignation was just like a depressing, destroying, sad, fucked up thing. It was just like, what now? Like there was like an unbroken chain from George Washington to him. Like if you go back, like LBJ notwithstanding, and everyone was proud of what he did with civil rights or whatever, there was an unbroken chain. Even if you're fucking Democrat, Republican, or Whig Democrat or whatever, Whig Republic, all of those, it was still the U.S. president. And then this guy fucking dropped the motherfucking ball. It's crazy. In disgrace, he left the office and left a mess of just like, this is all bullshit now. This is just all fucking crooked bullshit. What is the point? And the economy was tanking. And then here's Gerald Ford, who was just a kind of like oval-headed, simple dude. He made little moves. He handled it perfectly. I mean, he did one thing that was extremely, extremely unpopular and fucked up, which is that he pardoned Richard Nixon. It was the first thing he did. Everyone wanted to go after Nixon and keep investigating and catch him and send him to jail. He could have gone to prison for what he did. And Ford knew that if he pardoned him, he would never win an election. There was no way he was going to be reelected.
Yeah.
Because everyone would just say, well, you guys are just fucking dirty. You're just pardoning each other.
Yeah.
But he knew it was the right thing to do. We needed to get there. He said, our national nightmare needs to end. And he ended it. He dead ended the investigations. He said, Nixon, and then there's this, I remember Steve Martin, who was the comedian then. He was my first favorite comedian. And Cosby really was. Cosby was first. As a kid, I listened to the Cosby records constantly. But Steve Martin was the first person that made me think I could be a comedian because he was so weird. But he did a bit where during that time, because they show these footage of Nixon on the beach in California after he went home. And Steve Martin says, I feel bad for Nixon. He goes, I know you're not supposed to because he did wrong. But every time I see him on the beach with his big old shorts on and his metal detector, and he just a picture of Nixon just alone on the beach. And, Nixon stayed he did these interviews with David Frost, the Frost-Nixon interviews, and he opened up about himself a lot. And he stayed available to every president after him, would call on him. He was a great resource. Fascinating guy. And when Patricia died, he saw him at her funeral just crying his eyes out. Very human guy, Nixon. Very human. Showed his feelings. And he wasn't cool, and he wasn't hip, and he wasn't like, I feel your pain, Clinton. He just was an open sore. And I think he gave that. And I said that in the last time.
Yeah.
But so... yeah, Ford pardoned him, and then 𝗤𝗂𝗵𝗶 tried to kill him. She shot at him. Did you know that he says a woman named 𝗤𝗂𝗵𝗶?
I've never. That's the first time I'm hearing.
𝗤𝗂𝗵𝗶 was in the Manson family. 𝗤𝗂𝗵𝗶, the Manson family. You know who that is, right?
Yes.
Charles Manson. She was one of his Manson.
She was one of the ladies
for the the women who killed and the men who killed. What's Roman Polanski's wife and unborn child. 𝗤𝗂𝗵𝗶 found a way to get to him, and she took a shot at him with a rifle. And there was one guy, some cop, who hit the rifle away, saved his life, and that guy was gay. Just a piece of news.
Nice.
I always combine that guy in my head to the guy on the plane, Flight 93. It was a gay rugby player. It was one of the guys who said,
Let's Roll guys?
Let's roll. Yeah. Okay. So gay people are all heroes. Gay dads are the
Flight
best.
93 got shot down.
What's that?
Flight 93 got blown up with a missile.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It was the missile that it went on after, and it hit the moon. It kept going through it. It hit the plane. So Ford.
Carter.
So Ford runs with Bob Dole as the vice president.
I only know Bob Dole, just Norm Macdonald. That's it.
Bob Dole.
That's it.
There's a great documentary about presidential debates. It's one of the best documentaries. It's like a PBS documentary about presidential debates. And they talked to a lot of the guys, the real guys. It's like PBS or something. Bob Dole debated Walter Mondale, who was Jimmy Carter's guy, his vice president. And they asked Mondale about this moment. They're talking about war and military, and Bob Dole said, well, the Democrats they love war. He goes, World War II, that was a Democrat war. And he said that, and then they cut to Mondale going like this. And he said, and then they cut to Mondale in the documentary. It's 6 o'clock.
Is that real?
Country, yeah. You got to know it's 6 o'clock.
Is it The Purge? What is this? They blare this at... I was like, this is terrifying. We're not coming back to the woods.
I drank too much coffee.
So Walter Mondale and Norm Macdonald are having the debate.
So he's debating Norm Macdonald. And Dole says, this is World War II, that was a Democrat war. And Mondale says in the documentary, I knew we were going to win that was it. That was the moment that won the election. So that's apparently...
It used to be like that. It used to be one gaffe. That was it. Like right. Fucking, wasn't it Quayle couldn't spell something?
Yes. But Dean. What's his name? Dean. Bye.
Meanwhile...
Hart with a woman on his knee on
a
yacht.
What was that?
Gary Hart was supposed to be the president of the United States.
Yeah.
He was a Kennedy-like, beautiful-looking guy. He was a Democrat from, I don't remember what state Gary Hart was from, but he was beloved. And then they found a picture of him on a yacht in Bimini with a girl on his knee that wasn't his wife. See ya. That was the end of him. But so, and Bob Dole, by the way, was a war hero.
Yeah.
He was in some horrible hill in Europe, And he was one of those guys where when a medic found him, he just took some of his blood and put an M on his forehead, which means morphine. And all that is to tell anybody coming by,
drug him, he's dead.
Just give him more morphine. He's not going to make it. I don't have any on me. So, and then they sent Bob Dole home to Kansas, and his father, get up, Rosie, get up there. His father owned a drugstore. And they would just take him to the drugstore, and he was just like this, and they'd just lean him against just let him sit in the corner. And nobody thought he could hear because he looked so fucked up. And some neighbor pointed right at him. Some neighbor sitting at the ice cream counter, the drugstore, pointed at Dole and said to his friend, I would kill myself if that was me.
Oh, no.
And Dole heard this, and it was the most pitiful moment in his life. And it was the moment that turned him around because he realized I gotta start working out. I can't. I'm so close. Somebody just said that if they were me, they would kill themselves. Yeah. And he felt so sorry for himself. But the next thought was, it's time for me to start. And he became fucking almost twice became president. I met Dole. I've met some weird people. I met him. I was a writer at Conan, and Dole was a guest. And I remember thinking at the time, fuck Bob Dole. He's the one guy I would be rude to him. You know, like you fantasize. Yeah. I wouldn't even be nice to that guy. I would be rude to that guy if I met him. And I was standing in outside the studio, and the elevator's open, and out comes Bob Dole with no entourage. Like you picture, he was at the time, he was like the fucking Senate Majority Leader, and he came out alone. He held a pen in his right hand always, because his right hand was crippled,
and that's why he would shake with his left.
Yeah, because he didn't want you to reach for his right, and he didn't want you to be embarrassed. So he held a pen there, and you'd see it. So
that's thoughtful.
So you'd ask for his left hand. Yes.
Isn't that the worst when you shake someone's hand? They have like
and they
one
go, sorry, in World War II. So
you go, well, now I feel gross.
Yeah. So he walks out of the elevator, and I'm standing there, and he just walks right up to me, and he goes, "Hey, I'm Bob Dole." And I go, "Yeah, you don't have to. There's a producer. I'll get a producer. You know,
I'll help you.
I'll help you. You don't stop at me. Like I'm telling him to just keep walking. Yeah. And he goes, "Well, what's your name?" My name's Louis. He goes, "What do you do?" And I go, "I'm a writer. I'm a comedy writer." He goes, "That's hard, boy. That's hard. That's a hard job. Trying to be funny. That's a damn hard job. How'd you come to that? And I go, stand-up comedy. Oh, that guy, that's even harder. Yeah, comedy. I got to really respect you. He just stood there and talked to me. And I said, "Where are you coming from?" He goes, "Well, I just had to give a speech at this thing. And, luckily I got to go early because I'm in the D's because my name's Dole. You know what I mean?" Just made a few cheap jokes, and he let the fucking conversation have an arc. And then he went like, "Will you tell me who I should speak to?" Like he did the whole, and I introduced him to the producer, and I was like, "I love Bob Dole. I love Bob Dole. He's my favorite guy in the world." All right. Carter wins, and Carter was the first truly liberal president. Like he was such a liberally minded president. Jack Kennedy had liberal politics, but he was also about being the first Catholic, first Irish Catholic president in the United States. And he was about his dad bought him the election, just bought it with a suitcase of money. And he was a powerful fucking guy from a legacy of smugglers. Yep. And, but Jimmy Carter was a farmer, a peanut farmer from Georgia, who rose to be governor of Georgia because he was a conscientious guy and he got involved in local politics and he made his way up. He was like John Adams. He was just a guy who saw problems, saw ways to solve them, and he was really about helping people. He was really about that was his heart, I'm saying, right? And his brother Billy. So the saddest thing in the world is Billy Carter, because Billy was a joke in America when I was a kid. He was just a fun. They had Billy Beer they had a brand of beer named after him, and he died alcohol poisoning.
Jesus,
he was just a known drunk.
Beer for him.
Yes, he was just a known drunk idiot that everybody made fun of. And I saw one interview with Jimmy where he talked about Billy, and he was very bitter about it. He said Billy was a very wise, smart, and gentle soul who never drank his whole life. He just wasn't a drinker. And when I became president, it killed him because people went down. They got interested in who's the president's brother.
Yeah, started interviewing him and shit.
Started interviewing him, and he was why he had these little country wisdom, and people liked it. So they started printing his things.
But then, yeah, they
and then
turned
he
on
started
him.
going on. He started going on speaking tours, and he starts getting used by people. I could use Billy Carter, and he's doing speeches, and he's on the road, and he starts drinking because that's the lifestyle, and it actually helps you get through it. And he became an alcoholic, and he says, I mean, Jimmy said in this interview, like, they killed my brother. These people, they killed my brother.
Can't do the road without booze.
No, it's hard, but you need to learn how to do it. You're gonna die.
I'd like to be
how
Billy.
old was Billy Carter when he died? How old was Billy Carter when he
Fucking
died?
jinx me.
Let me know when not jinx you. Warn you. There's a fucking difference. Fucking idiot. Jinx.
You gonna jinx me?
It's like you go to a doctor. He's like, you're gonna get pancreatic cancer if you don't change your diet. And you're like, what are you jinxing me?
That's a bit of a jinx.
No,
that's a jinx.
No, it's not. It's a fucking useful warning.
I've never even heard of pancreatic cancer. You just brought that into
Bill
my world.
Hicks died of pancreatic cancer.
Billy Carter was 51 when he died.
Okay, how old are you?
34.
You've got how many years between when you do the math? Look up the math on YouTube on Google. Google, how much is 51 minus
17.
You got 17 years left unless you stop drinking on the road. 17
That's pretty
years left.
good.
Okay, if that's how many you want. I'm 54. You die younger than me. Okay. Jimmy Carter.
Everybody always says
Here's
he
how
sucked.
liberal Jimmy Carter
Everybody
was.
said he sucked.
What?
Everybody says Jimmy Carter
Yeah, that's
sucked.
the way they talk about folks. It's just a stamp.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter did a few really
He put
courageous
solar
things.
panels on the White
first of all,
House.
they had the fucking so there was in San Francisco, Harvey Milk was running for mayor or for whatever, and they had this thing Prop 2 or something. It was this anti-gay bill in California, and it was a huge hot button fucking stay away from it kind of thing. And it was whatever it was yes, no on 2 meant stop this gay anti-gay thing. And there's this great footage of Jimmy Carter at a rally, and he gives a speech, and then he goes off, and then someone gets to him because he went, whoa, no on 2. You got to go no on 2. He came out heavy for gay rights, which was big back then.
Yeah.
So he's
That was
president.
huge. I mean, they were Hillary was voting against it in 2013.
That's right. Obama till fucking to the last second.
2013.
Yes.
Or it was either 11
No,
or
Obama was I don't think 2 men, and then they passed the thing. He was like, oh, no,
I liked it.
My daughter said it's
He's
okay.
like, I don't want those fruits getting married.
Yeah. So Jimmy Carter, way ahead of the game. A great thing about Jimmy Carter is that I'd always heard this, that there's 2 weird things about him. One is that he caught a fucking a fly ball at a game, which is really rare.
Yeah.
You're a president. At the time he was a former president. The odds of a former president catching it's insane.
Yeah.
There's something weird about Jimmy Carter because also I always heard this thing that he saw a UFO and that he'll tell you if you ask him, but he doesn't talk about it, but he will tell you. And so there's this movie out now called Phenomenon, not the John Travolta thing. It's a documentary about UFOs, and I don't know how real it is.
Yeah.
It's all kinds of stories. It comes across really real. So did Close Encounters. I mean, I don't know, cinema can create a lot of illusions, so I don't know, but it was compelling. But the most compelling thing, because you talk to a guy, he said what he said, right?
Yeah.
So in the extras, not in the movie, but if you watch the extras, I don't know why this is in the movie, but there's some kid in a wheelchair, blowing on a one of those guys like this, and you have to wait while he goes, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? One of those guys went to a book signing of Jimmy Carter, and you see Jimmy, this is footage, Jimmy's signing books, and then they bring over a wheelchair guy, and he says, can I ask you a question? And he wasn't taking questions, but he's like, sure, because he's in a wheelchair, which means he's a saint. Only really great people are in wheelchairs. There's no assholes in wheelchairs. It doesn't exist. So he asks Jimmy Carter, is it true that you saw a UFO? And Jimmy Carter goes, yes. And he asks him, what was it like? And he said, it was it's exactly how they're described.
Yeah.
It's like it was a strange pill-shaped thing. It was floating, not making any sound, and then it just vanished. It just took off. And he said, did you tell, when you became president, did you tell them, the State Department? He said, yeah. And they said, just don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it, dude.
Yes. Jimmy Carter also put on a sweater, and he made a speech where he said, yes, we have an oil crisis, but please just wear a sweater, turn the heat down. He's like, we got to change the way we live. People don't like to be told that in America.
No.
He's like, we got to change the way we live. There's less oil. And we're having to blow up countries in the Middle East because of the oil. It's a problem.
It's
It was the first energy crisis, and there was gas lines around the block. There was people couldn't get a fucking tank of gas.
It's not
You want to
America's
piss off Americans?
Yeah. It's not America's fault. I mean, that's a tale as old as time. When a world leader's like, even they're doing it now with the inflation. They're like, yeah, just don't eat as much. It's like, you guys are eating.
Yes, I agree with that.
That's the part. That's the hard part. It's like, you fuckers.
Just crank the handle.
It's
Yes,
like,
I agree
let
with
them eat cake. It's the same thing.
People aren't going to start moving slower. You're not going to take the human race and say, everybody's,
Yeah. Especially,
all of us.
but
All of
you
us.
have to do it. If the
Listen,
world
China-
leaders, yeah.
India, I know you're trying to like get out of like poverty. I know you're trying to like turn on air conditioning so you don't get malaria every 5 minutes. But just a little,
Yeah.
just put a little. So it's just inevitable. And I think the problem is that you got your nerds. This is American history. Nerds and cowboys. Nerds figure shit out. Cowboys make shit happen. But there's a divide now. Climate denial goes two ways. The cowboys are pretending the shit's not changing, and of course it's changing. And the nerds are pretending that folks can just that it's a morality. It's like we can just quiet down, turn the lights off. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
If they all came to the table and said, yes, this is happening, but we're not going to slow down, then the cowboys would fix the fucking. There'd be a big vacuum cleaner going.
Yeah,
People are talking about terraforming Mars. Do that here. I'm talking straight out of my ass.
No, but
I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I have no idea.
my buddy Steve Gerber,
Uninformed opinion.
Gerby's always talks about it, where he's like, I mean, it's not his opinion. He's just the first guy that brought it to me. Is like, we need to burn the resources we have now to figure out how to fucking stop it. Like we can't turn it down now.
Right.
It's too late. We need to work.
Well,
to
like I
find
read
the
a
fucking,
great interview with the guy in the Wall Street
Probably
Journal.
fucked that up for Gerby's. My bad.
No, the guy this guy in the Wall Street Journal. He's a Pennsylvania guy who is a big natural gas guy. Him and his brother started buying natural gas, and they're like the biggest guys. And he's a big proponent for it as an environmentalist. He says it burns way cleaner, and it's the road to these next things.
Yeah.
He says you can't every time that you regulate against natural gas, you make people burn coal. The other thing is, do you know what the last time I looked, the number 4 polluting industry in the whole world? Number 4.
Bitcoin.
No, Bitcoin's big.
Farming. Isn't farming number 1?
No, number 4 is the energy, the fucking carbon from creating solar panels.
Oh no.
Because the Chinese do it very cheaply. Here, to make a solar panel, like the wafer, it takes a huge amount of energy. And because of the regulations here, we make them very slowly and carefully, making sure everybody's okay. And it takes a long time and it's very expensive. But the Chinese just use coal and pour it and make these things. They're super cheap, and then we buy them. And we're buying so many of them because of Obama's policy that it's through the roof. It's killing the environment to make solar panels. It's, look, Elon Musk, he makes electric cars. So you know how cap and trade works? So cap and trade means that if you're an auto manufacturer, you have, I'm making up numbers, but let's say you can put out 75 million tons of you can make cars that will create 75 million tons of carbon. That's the cap, okay? Now, if you manage to actually get under 75 and you only put out 50 tons, you can sell 25 tons to another car manufacturer. Okay. So a car manufacturer that's making 75 tons can actually make 100 because he bought that way. You just know that there's 3 manufacturers. They're putting out 75 each, and that's tolerable. And so the way you keep them on it's an incentive. You only put out 25 tons. Congratulations. You can sell that to GM and they can put out. So Elon Musk's cars have none. They put out 0 tons, and they sell 100% of their so they actually are making they're helping more carbon go into the atmosphere. And that's how they turn a profit. That's their biggest profit point. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
That's all right.
I have no idea.
Fuck it. It's interesting.